on behind the scenes, but want to be mindful of everybody's time.
And President Michaelis, we are live.
I'm sorry, Katie, did you say we're live?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, it is Tuesday, September 22nd, 2020. I'm going to go ahead and call the Anchorage School District regular school board meeting to order. All board members are present between Zoom, which is myself, President Michaelis, Member Holloman, Member Donnelly, and Member Mitchell. In person in the boardroom is Member Marcette, Member Hildy, Member Bellamy, as well as Dr. Bishop and some of her administrative team as well. Going to go ahead and do the flag salute, and I will ask Member Hildy in the boardroom if she will do that for us today.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The board is honored to acknowledge that our community resides on the traditional land of the Dena'ina people, both past and present. It is with gratitude that we honor the land itself and the people who have cared for it throughout the generations. We want to welcome you to our virtual and in-person meeting, and thank you for attending and supporting the work of the Anchorage School District and this board. The mission of the Anchorage School District is educating all students for success in life. The board thanks students, parents, teachers, staff, school business partners, and the entire community for your investment in our district with your time, your talent, and your tax dollars. Next up is the approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, Madam President, I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
I have a first by Member Bellamy and a second by Member Hildy. Are there any adjustments, additions, or changes to the agenda? Seeing no opposition, the agenda is approved as is. Next up, we have our board conference and committee reports, and we will start with our standing committees. I will start with finance with Member Marcette.
It's been so long, I forgot which one to hit to turn on the mic. So Finance Committee, we're still looking at our funding and how we're being impacted by COVID-19. What's a little alarming is we still have our student count is still down, which is going to affect our income. And what we're looking at now is just how much, if any, we're going to have to reach into our reserves. And so we're looking at those things. We're also, I prepared the board to start looking at, in relationship to our goals, to start talking about our budget next month so that we can start focusing on that and aligning our budget with our goals. So I know that Jim Anderson and Andy are going to be giving an update on the funding for COVID and the school count. So I will let them do that. And our next meeting is October. Anyone is? I'm sorry, I don't know the date right handy. Oh. Here it is, sorry. The next meeting is October 20th from 3:30 to 4:30. And of course, during that time, we'll get more fund balance updates, enrollment updates, and we'll be talking about our budget priorities.
Thank you. Our governance committee member Hildy did submit a written report to the board, and I believe it is also posted to our agenda. Member Hildy, was there anything that you would like to highlight from that written report?
Thank you. We have a policy coming up for a vote, or I guess it'll be non-agenda at the next one, on community events and purchase tickets. And then superintendent evaluation and timeline. If you have some feedback before our next meeting, it would be great if we could get that. We kind of ran out of time at the last meeting, but we need to wrap that up quickly. So that needs to be finalized at our next meeting so we can get on with the evaluation process. So just please be sure to send any feedback and solutions. And the next meeting will be October 13th, 3 to 4:30 p.m.
Thank you. And our communications committee and member Bellamy.
Thank you, Madam President. The Communications Committee had its last meeting on September 15th. We had a number of items on the agenda, just to mention a few of them that are ongoing. We talked about our legislative priorities for 2020. Basically, our funding was at the top of that list. We also discussed our legislative luncheon and decided that we would wait until the elections were over, but we are looking at a date for early December. And the only reason we're waiting is because we get a different contact at the end of, possibly have a different contact once the election is over. We also discussed revising our responses to our school board emails, and that discussion is ongoing. The board will, the committee will make some recommendations to the board on that. And then we revised the timeline, at least we looked at the new timeline for our strategic plan, and those timelines are listed on our website. And then we just kind of updated each other on our work in the community with the Federation of Community Councils and the Anchorage Assembly. And each member that had updates gave updates. And our next meeting will be October 13th. And that meeting will be focused on our Strategies 360 training, that part 2 of that training. We had one part of it during our retreat, and this will be the final part. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Over the weekend, I know that we had an AASB, it was the fall conference committee. Were there any board members that attended that would like to give any sort of a conference report from their experience at that meeting?
I will, President Michaelis, this is Star Marset. It was actually, it's not a board session just for new board members. There was a lot of good information there. Some of the things we covered, we had the the deputy commissioner from DEED gave us kind of an update. One that was very, I thought, helpful was with John Cedar and Betsy Bull, who is a new associate with their law firm. And it talks about social media and, using social media has become so common now that what used to be like a virtual venue or whatever, that virtual venue has actually become reality. And so people, whatever they see, they believe, and it becomes their reality. And so as school board members, we really have to be careful on what we comment on social media. And they talked about that we can still be held liable for things we put on social media. And there's some other information here too. We might even look at our policy on social media just to make sure that we're covering some of these things. But there were other things they talked about: teacher retention. They talked about recruitment and retention during COVID-19, governance without policy, curriculum. Do I need to know and why does it matter? They talked about building bridges between families and schools. There was just so much good information. And they actually have this now on the Alaska Association school board site. And if you go into training and events and go into previous events, you'll find it right underneath there, and all sessions are recorded so that board members can look at that. So I don't know if Margot, you have anything to add?
Yes, I'd like to just add a few other things that were very, very interesting for me. We had a discussion on policy and the appropriate protocol for developing new policy, which was very helpful for me. The other thing was which I want to research more, was called TOP, T-O-P, and it stands for Team Optimizing Project, which is a third-party way to get more information from school staff. It's kind of like the Climate and Connectedness Survey, but it's totally focused on various groups within the work environment, so that we can, as a way of getting kind of real-time information on how people are feeling about their work experience. And then the other thing had to do with the whole process of governance versus a discussion within a smaller group, which I really did enjoy. Discussion about governance versus management and how we as board members have to navigate that. So I appreciated that discussion as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Were there any other board members that wanted to chime in with any experiences over the weekend for the conference? All right, seeing none. The next item that we have is community outreach, and it's an opportunity for board members to talk about things that they've done in the community since the last meeting. I know several members did the conference and stuff like that. If anybody had any, highlights or anything from community council meetings or anything like that they wanted to share, this would be a fantastic opportunity. All right.
Madam President, I hate to be the only one speaking, but if there's no one else, then I can't raise my hand because I'm still trying to get online.
Quite all right. Go ahead.
A couple of things, which I'm really, really excited about. It just actually started today. NASBA has the CUBE annual conference this year, and it's online. And they're the economic equity. And I'm really, really excited about the new program that they are launching called DIRE. And DIRE stands for Define, Identify, Revise, and Evaluate. So I was really excited about that. The other thing that piqued my interest was a session on equity, access, and student agency. How do we better involve students in advocacy, as well as being able to help us as educators navigate, especially during this time of online learning. So I'm really excited about that. In terms of community councils, I think I had 5 this last week, and they were all very different. All of the communities are different. And we basically spent our time talking about the reentry plan and relative to the school, not just that, but relative to my role on those committees, or at least the councils. So I think that's pretty much about it, though, for me.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have member Marcette with her hand up.
So I have been attending a lot of different kind of Zoom meetings, I guess you would say, community meetings with the Black Caucus. There was one last night, and they usually have one on Sundays that I've been attending and listening to, and it's been very insightful to just hear other points of view and hear what's going on in our community, and I do appreciate that. Thank you for letting me join those. Community council meetings, some of mine are well attended, some aren't. So there are some there that have school-age children and some don't. But of course, there is a lot of conversation around opening schools up, and everyone has their opinion. And I have tried to share as much information as I can with the community members in and what we're doing and not doing, and reminding them that things change. Just because the statement was made that, school headlines in the paper says school's going to start October 19th. That doesn't mean school's going to start October 19th. It means that we're looking at that. That is probably the plan. But there's so many other things that I try to remind individuals when I go out that there's a lot of factors involved. So we have to remember that things change. There is no set plan, but we have to have a plan to move forward, knowing that it could change. And I think that's all for me.
Thank you. And Member Hildy, I see you with your hand up.
Thank you. I visited some Northside playgrounds this weekend, just talking to parents, getting feedback on, what they thought. Lots of really well thought out responses. Parents are being very thoughtful and understanding the complexity of all this. So very positive feedback, talking to everyone. And then as far as community councils, I just want to encourage board members to bring up our funding discussion during those. At Sand Lake, we had a great discussion, and Mr. Nees offered an idea that was similar to something we had discussed on having rolling OASIS counts. But the benefit of that is our legislators get to hear that conversation and that process. So when we are with our community councils, when we ask for feedback from them, the attendees of the community council, the members there, we're bringing the legislators into that conversation already.
Thank you. All right, not seeing any other hands up in the queue. We'll go ahead and keep this agenda going. We do have a busy one.
Madam President, if I may, I'd just like to acknowledge that Dr. Bishop, along with the mayor and Dr. Zink, did a great job at the Alaska Black Caucus community conversation on Sunday. Great questions, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up in the agenda, we have our goal monitoring section. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Bishop. The first item is iReady, and we'll probably roll over into student engagement. And Dr. Bishop.
Thank you. And I do want to share with everyone that the goal monitoring is adjusted according to the general protocols and the normal protocols, if you will, of goal monitoring, in that we don't have goal monitoring is really to assess data that is selected to monitor the board's goals, and the board has draft goals. But what we're doing and filling in this section is just with different data items that we have presently in the district. Last year, we did engagement data, but we did that according to logins and things like that. We do not have that engagement, but we have some other engagement data. So I'm just going to share with you data that we do have of interest. Again, goal monitoring generally has trend data. So you look over time, different years, how are we reaching our goal. A couple of the items is the start of that, because they are new data capture protocols that we've used. And so we are looking at baseline information. So I wanted to qualify with that. This is kind of a off protocol goal monitoring, but I wanted you to know that I do understand that it's just the difficulty of the time in capturing those data. So I'm going to start with an iReady intervention and instruction tool. And I do have some experts in the room or online if we need them for very detailed questions, but I'll just do a very brief overview before I get to this slide. Just the tools, a K-12 diagnostic and K-8 instructional pathway tool, which means it can provide a learning diagnostic, if you will, and then provide some instruction online and practice skills for students. It's for reading and mathematics, and It's an adaptive criterion reference assessment that adjusts to questions to suit each student. So a criterion reference test, if you think about the word, it's criteria are asked, like there's specific skills that kids are asked per grade level so that we know if they're on grade level. But it also can be norm referenced. So it will share with you whether students' progress or what they're doing is in line with the normative student. So criterion reference, norm reference. And then the adaptive part is if they get questions at a third grade level and they get 5 or 6 correct, then they might move on to a higher question. If they get them correct or incorrect, they would move them to an easier question. So it tries to gauge the learning level. But with that, just as a little backdrop, it's given on the computer and it was provided at home because we're all at home now. So it provides immediate performance results. And I shared the criterion norm referenced. It does provide district, school, and class level data as well as student level. And it's usable for the instruction right then. And it also gives an opportunity to place students in an instructional pathway for practice to build the skill that they're missing. So it actually is helpful and a supportive role if used that way. It can be. And then instructional groupings for targeted instruction and teaching pathways are given. So I might understand from this in my classroom that I have 6 students who might not understand this skill and I might need to move over here and whatnot. I'm showing you the 30,000 foot view of the initial assessment. It did just end the testing window last Friday. So this is fresh. And it talks about what students can do, meaning what they already can do, what they know, and what are the things that they next need to understand. As you know, learning builds upon success. So with that, here's our data. And I want to share some caveats. This is just who took it, the N, if you will, the number of students. When we refer to the N, you can see it's quite large. All of those grade level kids all the way down. So in kindergarten, 2,079 students were assessed in English language arts, 2,054 in math, which is 82 to 81% of the class of our first graders. Other kindergartners or first graders, they might be in virtual learning. Virtual learning uses a different assessment tool, Calvert, so they wouldn't be included in here. So that's a good proportion of kids not included. But the high school completion rates, as you see, are lower. We don't use the Math iReady. We use ALEX. It's a different program that builds right into the university system. So we're using ALEX for math. In reading, they're not as high because some kids in this first quarter did not have English language arts or an English class. But just wanted to share that coming up during the second phase of virtual professional development, which is scheduled for September and October, the iReady team will work with teachers and leaders to really look at student needs as individual learners as well as student clusters to target the instruction. And they'll have multiple growth goals that'll be shared with them and their families throughout the fall. Students will work in their own personalized learning plan to be able to build capacity in that skill. And we'll also use a second diagnostic if needed. So here's the engagement data in regard to this particular assessment. Students that completed the lessons after, remember, 80% of students in K-8 were assessed. And of those, about a third were assigned by their teachers back into the system. Again, many of them might have just finished, so they haven't moved to this level yet, but those that took this assessment earlier on or probably learned how to engage in the program. And of the kids that are actually in the assessments and completing them, they're asked to do about 15 minutes a day to keep up with their skills. They're doing well. And so what this demonstrates is perhaps that they are in that learning level that is assigned for the accuracy. In just looking at where kids are, this next slide, again, this has not had district, this is the district itself. We have this district-wide. It has not, I don't have grade levels for you, teacher or grade levels at schools, or middle school level, high school level. I don't have those data. So apples to apples and oranges to oranges, it's really difficult to do, especially with the big question is, how did we do from last March, or where were the kids before? The trend data, as I said, when we were monitoring, we really don't have. But in here, you can see that in English language arts, 60% of our students are 1 or more grade levels behind. And in math, 72% of all students tested are 1 or more grade levels behind. These data demonstrate 3 levels or more in the strike. So I just know that it's from 1 whole grade level or more. These again are data from 32,838 students in grades K through 10. Some of them in English language arts go through 10. It's only K through 8 in math. We have work to do. I did want to share, a lot of times when we talk about assessments, it's new, maybe we don't trust it, we don't like it. We talk around the test, but if we look at our past 3 years of PEAKS where we've actually taken the PEAKS assessment, remember in 2020, it was not given. It was given prior to that time. We have, so that the over there on the iReady is in the red, but if you look at the similarities to below proficient and far below proficient in 19, it was 58% in English language arts, and we're demonstrating 60. And math was 61% below proficient or far below, and it's 72% on the iReady. So that just gives a gauge of where are our students. And again, students took it at home. It may not have been the best testing site, but in the iReady, especially for the normative, almost everybody who's taking this at this point in time is at home doing it. So we can look at, there's probably lots of kids very similar to ours that are in this. So the academic outlook is we have growth to do, and our primary mission of providing success for all students. Certainly, our work is going to be to look at who are our students that are in that 60% of 1 to more grade levels behind. And we'll say, who are they, and how do we then understand how to build capacity to bring students up to equitable outcomes in our district. Another piece of data that I wanted to share with the board, again, because I don't have the attendance data for engagement, but I wanted to introduce you. Member Holloman knows this. He used it way back when, but this is more broadly used in the district. With the onset of online learning across the district, we have an obligation to ensure that students are not assessing or exposed to inappropriate content or engage in any destructive online behavior on the district network or computers. And so we engaged in what's called the Gaggle safety program. And we've heard of Google, but there is a Gaggle as well. And it's an effort to keep students safe from potentially harmful online activity. And those are the items that we monitor, from drugs and alcohol, harassment, violence, suicide, self-harm. I want to share with everyone that the data that I'm about to share with you is the process is that it screens documents generated or shared by students via Google Drive, which includes documents that may be submitted via Google Classroom. And the documents include, but aren't limited to, Google Suite, Microsoft Office, spreadsheets, presentations, as well as a variety of other platforms. Just so you know, when questionable content is identified, it is flagged and a report is forwarded to school administrators, who will then notify parents or guardians, as well as teachers that work with students. So there's a protocol for the alert levels in regard to understanding the content that kids are in. We shared just in a discussion before about the social dilemma and screen time, and we've done, this is really part of our safety, and knowing that being at home even increases that safety net that we need to provide our students. But I want to let you know this type of monitoring is not new. Schools have always borne the responsibility to closely monitor students' school-related work with the communication. It's part of our E-rate funding as well. Given that all instruction, communication, and work submission is web-based now, this monitoring has taken on a new form. Each time a student or staff logs into a district computer, and most district applications, staff and students consent to the district's resources, access, and internet use agreement. It clearly spells out appropriate online behavior and makes reference to continuous monitoring. Our monitoring follows the site guidelines of the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA, which safeguards sensitive student information. The district takes staff, student, and family confidentiality very seriously and has a robust system in place to ensure that information is not released. And for more information, we do have that online. You can look up ASD K-12 safe computing. The categories that are looked at, they're really placed in them due to the severity of the content in question. The Gaggle Safety Management team here at the district determines where the content falls and onto the rubric. And for activities with multiple reasons, the strongest response will be applied. And so the items that we're looking up: drugs and alcohol, harassment, nudities, sexual content, profanity and vulgar language, suicide, self-harm, and violence towards others. Those are the content cues that will be picked up by the system. And it'll talk about the violation. It's just a violation. Students receive warnings. If it's a QCon, it's a questionable content, and it results in email notification both to the school and the district. And then possible student situations result in direct personal notification via telephone. And I wanted to share that we have some data on these different areas. And these are our data now. And we have seen since the beginning of school, these categories grow. The incidence data continues to grow, and it's primarily in secondary school. And the principals and Kirsten and her secondary team are the response. So when we ask why school, what we're doing, I think our data demonstrate a need for the health and safety of our children, as well as the academic needs to be addressed. With that, I can welcome any questions that I can answer. Again, these are new, not necessarily new totally to ASD, but the global use of them and a ubiquitous use across the district at all the schools is new. It's just we grew our systems. This one is especially important to us, knowing that as we've been away and we've shared, and kids have shared with us, and adults, the sadness does grow being alone. And so we wanted to ensure that we had extra safety nets in place.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. I see in the queue, Member Marsette's hand up.
So I had a question of whether the iReady results are being placed in queue.
I will request Patrick Garrity, as these are new and we just pulled the data, he can come up and speak. He is the man in charge of our assessment. I think stand up or do it, or is this one online working? The handheld one right up here, Patrick. Yeah, you can, yeah. Yep, and that way, those on Zoom, it's picking it up from the microphones up here as well. So the question was, are these going to be recorded in the queue in the student file?
No, the results are not currently slated to be placed in the queue, so we're expecting to have that discussion and look into that in the coming weeks.
So does that mean we will or we won't, or we're having the discussion to decide when we will or we won't?
I think we're going to have a discussion to decide when we would do it. Okay.
And we will continue. These data will be looked at with our regular data that we take, such as FastBridge and MAP. And so those are ready. So we really have to have a larger discussion
of where it goes, but parents are notified of the outcomes of these.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Board Member Hildy.
Thank you. I want to thank you for the incidence data. This is very, I think it confirms a lot of what we knew was happening in our district, and certainly with increased screen time for students, screenager, we've all talked about that in the past. My question is, when they're on, I think like with Chromebooks, middle schoolers and high schoolers can get on YouTube, does Gaggle limit what they can search on, sometimes I'll type something into YouTube and it'll a child-friendly search, but it'll come up with adult content. Is there limits on that?
I would like to request Mike Fleckenstein, you're online. Can you share about Gaggle, please?
Yeah, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring Jack Johnson on with me. So Jack is our Director of Security for IT, and so he manages not only the Gaggle instance, but he also manages all of the filtering instances. And so there are multiple layers of filters and settings that we put in place to try to limit the content that as much as possible to appropriate content for students. And so with that, Jack will have the technical details around how YouTube is filtered.
Thanks. Through the president to Member Hildy. So we have many layers of filtering that happen. Gaggle doesn't specifically filter web content. We have a couple of other solutions in place. The one that's primarily used when we think about student Chromebooks is really Umbrella, and that filters which sites students can go to. It also helps us enforce some layers of safety. So that way, when you go to Gaggle, when you go to Google, it enforces what's called Google Safe Search. So that way, it tries to only present safe content in the search results. With any of these technological solutions, there are always some caveats. It's a really difficult thing to chase, and both we and our vendors are always working to improve those solutions. We have a lot of solutions on our website. asdk12.org/safe computing. So in case parents are concerned, there's some other layers that they can put in place at home. We have more than one layer when students are physically present in school, but now that we know that students are at home, then we're relying on primarily the Umbrella layer for the Chromebooks. Those students that are getting internet provided by the district have an additional layer on them as well. But there are also some moving parts when students are at home on their own connection.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Member Holloman.
Thank you. I had two areas I did want to comment on. One on iReady, I had the opportunity to kind of look over the shoulder of an elementary student that was taking some of the assessments, and the questions got quite challenging. Enough that I had to think quite a bit, and I think I've still got my skills up above middle school level, at least a little bit. My biggest concern goes back to something that's come up a couple of times. For secondary students, you can explain to them, we're going to give you a series of questions. Some may be really easy, some may be really hard. Some you may not understand what's being asked. We're just trying to assess where you're at. They understand that and get that. For most elementary kids, especially the lower grades, they see a wall that they can't climb over. They see a problem they don't understand. They feel like they're supposed to be able to do it. They're trying to do it. They're trying to do their best, and it can induce frustration. I do understand the challenge in that we're, to find out at what level a kid is at, you have to not only give them a certain set of questions, but you have to give them something a little above to see where the limit exists. But I worry about systems like this potentially throwing a series of questions that really discourage a kid. And I felt like I was seeing that happen a little bit, and I worry about the impact of kids across the district. The other thing, I do have a disturbingly long history with Gaggle.net when I think about when I actually started it. And I did want to point out, when we look at the incidence data, we are just looking at documents saved to Drive. And that's a little bit like things that you would create we're not, as a district, trying to create an area where students communicate with each other. And at the time, I actually made use of this, and it was not as sophisticated then as it is now. We actually created a school-wide communication network that involved email, chat, along with storage of documents and the ability to turn things in electronically. Most of the activity that was objectionable came on emails between students. And the reason I'm going to suggest we need to take a look at that is two or threefold. One, if we're going to be asking students to communicate electronically, we have to, because they're not in the buildings. We need to create a safe area for them to communicate. And private email isn't. There's a reason every organization creates their own email, issues those accounts to their employees, and asks that that is the account they use when they're doing work for their organization. They have the control over it. They have the ability to monitor things. As we ask students to communicate that way, if they're being harassed, if they're on private emails and they're being harassed by other students on private emails, we have a really limited ability to investigate that and understand what's really going on and deal with it. If we actually create that system and operate it ourselves, we have a great deal of control. We can stop a lot of it before it ever impacts a kid. And we can, if someone finds a way to get past the initial barriers, a lot of times we can tell exactly who the perpetrator is. Resolve. That's my experience from about 15 years ago or so. The other part is that it does just prep students for the kind of situation they'll encounter in the workplace, and it helps them understand the boundaries between their life, their professional life, and from K through 12, their professional life is the Anchorage School District here. That we have a different set of expectations on this medium, on this way of communicating. So I realize this has kind of been brought on by necessity, but I do think we might need to look further on at actually making a bigger playground, so to speak, or a bigger communications area where we do actively monitor and keep track of what's happening. Thank you.
And thank you for that. I have a different experience, Andy. I remember Holloman. It would be nice to be able to create. I think just like in classrooms, a lot of the bullying or whatever would go on the phone, and we're able to, as much as the phone is owned by them, but in engaging. I would like to say that if we created a space for them to communicate, they would communicate there. What I've found over my years, especially as of recent, the more adults figure out about a communication avenue, the more they move to a new one. Kids don't really Facebook, too many adults on it. They moved out of Twitter too, into Snapchat and so many new ones. So they're, interestingly, what I've seen in our young people is that they migrate to things that adults can't track. Because certainly our email, they can communicate with each other if they wanted to. But what they want to communicate would be caught by this gag. And so I'm not necessarily sure that they would actually communicate on our systems more than they already do in their personal life, because they've chosen, there's something about being young of trying not to have a different language and a rite of passage that adults don't understand. So certainly that would be a goal of ours and a hope, but presently now there is a communication tool, and it's for school. They could communicate with each other on it as well. It's just that what they want to communicate, they know would be inappropriate. So, or what they wouldn't put on there, they might not put it on there if it is inappropriate. So, they keep building a better box than the adults. So, but I appreciate that comment. I just have a different experience as of late.
Thank you. I don't see any any other board members' hands up in the queue, I'd like to make some space for Member Donnelly, who is on the phone. Member Donnelly, did you have any questions or comments regarding the goal monitoring section? All right, not hearing any, but we'll make space, if he does come online. And Dr. Bishop, did that conclude your goal monitoring presentation?
Yes, thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you. Next up in the agenda is public testimony. So I'm just going to read a quick statement for folks. The board welcomes public comment on non-agenda and non-action items. We value public comment as it ensures that we remain aware of public thoughts, ideas, and concerns and informs our decision-making process. The school board encourages anyone wishing to provide public to sign up in advance for telephonic testimony or in-person testimony, or to email written comments by 2 p.m. the day of the meeting. These comments will become part of our meeting record. There is a 1-hour time slot at the beginning of the meeting. Testimony in excess of 1 hour will be heard at the end of the meeting or may be submitted in writing. You will have 3 minutes to testify. When 30 seconds remain, a bell will ring to inform you so that you can finish your sentence. Additionally, it is not our practice that board members answer questions or engage in discussion with members of the public. This is your time to speak and our time to listen. The board will consider all information shared by the public, and when deemed necessary, issues raised in testimony will be referred to the administration for follow-up.
Madam President,
Dave,
can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Dave.
Okay, good. I was just having a hard time unmuting the controls. So I am here and didn't have any questions at that time. Thank you very much for asking.
Thank you, Member Donnelly. Tonight for our public testimony, we do have 34 speakers to testify tonight. And so this will run into both sections of our public testimony. I do want to 3 minutes apiece, and there is some transition time. I am going to commit to the first 20 to get us started. The first speaker up tonight on the telephone is Celeste Hodge Grouden. Celeste, are you with us tonight? Do we have Celeste with us tonight? All right, I'm not seeing her. We will come back to her if we get her on the line. Do I have Daniel on the line?
All right, can you hear me?
I sure can. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you to the board for having me this evening. My name is Danielle Kemp. I am a retired Army combat officer and parent teacher here in the ASD. And there are 3 topics I'd like to cover this evening. 2 in short order and the last in greater detail. Okay. The first is the renaming of East High School after Senator Betty Davis. We all know that the primary candidate is East High School. All right, let's just, not him and how about it. All right, so there should be limited debate on another school or name, if any. All right. The second topic is my support of the removal of school resource officers from our school. They must go. The third is inequity in school. Altered or omitted Black history representation in ASD curriculum is and has been a problem. For example, elementary school history lesson plan guides wrongly romanticize colonization. Colonization! In the 5th grade, Chapter 7 presentation guide, there was even a scenario for the school children to pretend to be a real estate broker or a marketer or something, trying to sell colonized land to settlers. This is morally and ethically wrong. Elementary school history lesson plan guides even downplay the negative effects that slavery had on Black people. In the 5th grade, Chapter 8 presentation guide, there seems to be even more emphasis on the fact that Africans sold Africans into slavery than the acts of the slave traders, slave owners, and nations that legalized slavery itself. The representation guide then goes on to present the enslaved people as relatively happy as they enjoyed life together on the plantation or in the church. How absurd. And this can no longer stand. The lack of text from the point of view of Black people is also extremely problematic. Seriously, is the ASD really trying to say that there are no notable and well-written Black historians to draw from? That is a question for this body to answer post-haste. Here's just a few names: Mary Frances Berry, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Kimberly Crenshaw, Henry Louis Gates Jr., Cornel West, and many more. Did you know that in the ASD's high school government course, there is no required text on or about, or even from America's first Black president, Barack Hussein Obama? How can that be? How can a credible educational institution omit or overlook the contributions of someone of such historic significance? Ladies and gentlemen, history told from only the perspective of white men is not history at all. It's just propaganda. I also want to briefly touch on equity in teacher representation.
Mr. Kemp?
All right. Well, thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you so very much. Wanted to go back up because I see the first person to testify, Celeste Hodge-Grouden. Celeste, are you with us tonight? I see her. She is on.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you for joining us tonight. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. Good evening, members of the Anchorage School Board and Superintendent Bishop. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I am Celeste Hodge-Grouden, President and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. We are a nonpartisan group advocating for the educational, health, justice, and economic well-being of the Black community. First, Superintendent Bishop, thank you for participating in our recent community conversation on race and COVID-19 with Mayor Berkowitz and Chief Medical Officer Ann Zink. Members left well informed. Thank you to both Margot and Star for attending as well. I also want to give a shout out to Star for attending our recent March on Alaska to eradicate systemic racism and work toward building the beloved community. As you know, the Alaska Black Caucus members include many educators and parents of students in the Anchorage School District. Like parents and teachers across the country, many of our members are worried about prematurely sending children back into school. A national poll by the NAACP found that 80% of Blacks are more concerned about reopening schools than reopening the economy. Schools should not be open until all CDC guidelines and metrics are met. When schools do reopen, the Alaska Black Caucus demands that equally accessible, quality online options be available to students whose parents or caretakers do not feel comfortable returning their kids to school under existing conditions. Online alternatives must also be available for educators with underlying health conditions. Looking ahead, because the coronavirus pandemic is exposing and exacerbating pre-existing structural racism in the United States, the Alaska Black Caucus asks you to commit to addressing inequities in public education. This includes the digital divide in homes and schools, inequitable funding and resources across the school district, and other negative inequities in perceptions and treatment of students of color in our schools. Teacher disparities are another glaring challenge we face. Blacks constitute roughly 3.7% of Alaska's population. Indigenous Alaskans make up nearly 15.6%, yet Black and Indigenous people together make up only 2% of all ASD certified teachers. We strongly support ASD partner with the Anchorage Education Association in recruiting qualified teachers of color to serve all students in Anchorage schools. Finally, to end on a more hopeful and healing note, the Alaska Black Caucus strongly supports renaming East High School to honor the memory and promote the legacy of Betty Davis. 4 days ago, a petition supporting this proposal went up on the Alaska Black Caucus website and Facebook page. Alaskans have signed and shared the petition in record numbers, many offering moving comments about Betty and her long and effective public service. I invite you to view our petition. As many know, the renaming proposal originated with the Municipality of Anchorage panel I was fortunate enough to serve on. It was named in February of 2019. The Alaska Black Caucus asked you to expedite deliberation and act to approve naming East High School after Betty J. Davis before the end of 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Next up in the queue, I have Richard Emanuel. Richard, are you with us this evening?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I sure can. You
Can
have
you hear me?
3 minutes. Yes, you have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Bishop. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Richard Emanuel. I'm the father of an ASD student who attended Anchorage schools from kindergarten through 12th grade. Besides being an active ASD parent, I have subbed and volunteered regularly at Polaris K-12 school, at least up until the pandemic. I'm also a member of the Alaska Black Caucus Allies for Change. Tonight, I would like to tell you why I support renaming East High School after the late Betty J. Davis. You know Betty better than me. All of you, save one, I believe, served on the school board alongside this amazing woman. She was a champion of education, of children, of women, and underserved and underrepresented people everywhere. She was the first Black woman elected to the Alaska House of Representatives and Alaska's first Black state senator. But you know all of this and more, so I will focus my remaining remarks on something more personal, on my own experience as an ASD dad. My daughter is now a graduate student at UAF, but when she was in grade school, she went to Willard L. Bowman Elementary. Things may have changed, but when Nicole was there, the school held an annual Bowman Day, an assembly where students, parents, and teachers came together to learn about the man after whom our school was named. The principal at the time was Darrell Vincic, and Mr. Vincic led the assemblies. There were photos from Willard Bowman's life, and each year a few guests who knew Willard Bowman were invited to share their memories of this Alaska pioneer. Willard Bowman was born in Grand Rapids, Michigan in 1919. He served in the Navy during World War II and moved to Alaska in 1950. He was a laborer and a union leader, was active in the NAACP. When the Alaska Human Rights Commission was created in 1963, Governor Bill Egan named Willard Bowman the first director of Alaska's Human Rights Commission. He was elected to the House of Representatives in 1970 and was twice re-elected before he died of cancer in 1975. Willard Bowman accomplished a lot during his 56 years of life. When my wife and I enrolled our daughter in kindergarten, we knew none of this. Thanks to Bowman Day events, we developed a special pride in our school and in the man for whom it was named. Students, teachers, and parents all came to learn things we hadn't known about Anchorage history, the struggle for equal rights, and how we became the community we are today. Excuse me. It is my hope that if you rename East High after Betty Davis, that very special high school, arguably the most diverse in this splendidly diverse school district, that school may institute a Davis Day tradition like the one my family experienced at Bowman. Naming schools for inspirational Alaskans clearly creates vital teaching opportunity. I would love to see some of you one day share stories of your former colleague at a Davis Day celebration at one of Alaska's premier schools. Let's make it next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up in the queue on the telephone, I have Jennifer Redmond. Jennifer, are you with us this evening? I see Jennifer.
Hello.
Hello there. Thank you. We can hear you. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Okay. Good evening, school board and superintendent. Thank you for the opportunity to testify tonight. I am a parent with an elementary school student enrolled in ASD. I'd like to acknowledge that I appreciate ASD's efforts during this challenging time. With that said, I am strongly opposed to a decision to bring back children into schools in October based on criteria that has changed mid-semester. I do not believe that when the municipality of Anchorage is currently in high alert, that it is time to start bringing children back into schools. I do not believe that with the CDC findings that simply breathing small droplets can transfer the virus more than 6 feet, that it is time to bring children back into schools. I do not believe that the new findings that children of color are 5 times more likely than white children to experience life-threatening complications due to COVID-19, that it is time to bring children back into schools. But when is a good time? Scientific America has an article out with this very specific subject titled, "Schools Have No Good Options for Reopening During COVID-19. The scientists say one of the best things we can do to keep schools safe is to keep local community transmission low. Clearly from the municipality numbers, we have not reached that point of low transmission or low risk to the community. We have all struggled, some more than most, but is the right answer the easy answer of pushing kids back into high-risk areas of infection indoors during the winter when it is predicted that COVID-19 will be at its worst? Is the struggle to find at-home solutions greater than the risk of inevitable of illness in our schools? Will the struggle appear to be worse in this moment? I believe implications of illness and death are far worse than the struggle. Let's talk about struggle. Struggle may sound like a bad word, but struggle is where, as we learn as humans, our strengths. My journey in my life has led me to know and trust in the resiliency of children because I had to be a resilient child. Struggle makes for more humble, kind, and thoughtful peers, knowing that perfection is not the measure of a human, but resilience, humanity, integrity, strength of character. At this moment, I encourage outside-the-box thinking. Is success the metric ensuring that kindergartners can learn all their sight words, but a few students die or even get ill? Or are our priorities that half the kindergartners learn half their sight words, but we design an equitable at-home system that is safe and supports those most in need? What if the kindergartner learns half their sight words, is embraced by a community that cares about if one another lives or dies? What if life and resilience and learning how to struggle is the goal? What if sight words are less important this year? My priority is life over sight words. What is yours? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up in the queue on the telephone, I have Claudia Liebisch. Claudia, are you with us this evening?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes, and where is yours?
Good evening, board members and Dr. Bishop. I'd like to thank you for allowing me to testify tonight. My name is Claudia Leach, and I am a 4th grade teacher in our district. Is Anchorage School District doing enough to reopen our schools safely and keep them open? We need to look at class size, social distancing, and our school facilities to promote safety. First, class sizes need to be reduced in order to be successful. According to the CDC, we are on a medium risk level due to larger full-size classes with no cohorts. An article dated June 10th in Education Week states the CDC recommended a bubble or a cohort model. Initially had this model in place under a medium high risk. His model is no longer in our risk level district decision matrix. 2 countries, including Denmark and Germany, have reopened schools successfully by limiting class sizes. In Germany, there is a maximum of 10 students per class. In Denmark, it is 10 to 12 students. The need for adequate space for students is another issue to make our schools safe. In an article published today in Education Week, it states that countries seem to be splitting classes in 2 to maintain safe distance. But there is different issues if it's a class of 15 as compared to a class of 30. The more you need to chunk into pieces, the more pressure you put onto teachers. And this is putting a lot of burden onto teachers. In the September 16th letter from our school district, it was stated that the district is in the process of balancing class sizes to keep class counts as low as possible. I currently have 20 students in my class, which is 2 times the class sizes that have been found to be successful. Social distancing is the second issue that needs to be addressed to have safe schools. We need a minimum of 3 feet between student desks. The CDC recommends 6 feet. In the British Medical Journal, it states that the distancing is 2 meters or greater, which is approximately 6.5 feet. The risk of infection is 2.6%. And when it's under 1 meter, approximately 3 feet or less, it is 12.8%. Our classrooms do not have square footage to keep our students safe with a number of students in our classes. Our school buildings need to have preventative measures in place. Proper ventilation is necessary. This requires a good supply of outside air in accordance with ASHRAE standards to dilute indoor contaminants that are the first line of defense against aerosol transmission of viruses. It's also suggested to have as much outside air as possible for air quality. AEA did a survey of our union members, and 7% of teachers were concerned over the ventilation in their classrooms, as they have no windows or inadequate ventilation systems in place. My concerns with class size, social distancing, and safe school buildings in our district leads me to believe that Anchorage cannot open second quarter for students K through sixth grade. We need to make sure our district can operate in a manner that creates the least amount of harm to our students, their families, and the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I believe in person is Jacob Barra. And Jacob, I see you there. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
You guys hear me okay with my mask on? My name is Jacob Barra, and I've been a teacher with the Anchorage School District for 17 years. More importantly, I'm the father of 3 children. And like every other parent, I'm trying to make a judgment as to whether or not it's safe for Leaf, Lily, and Jade to return to Chugiak Elementary on October 19th. I've reviewed district plans, watched previous board meetings, and reached out to health officials. As an employee, I want to be a team player. And as a parent, I want to trust that every detail has been addressed and that no concessions in safety have been made because of political or community pressures, budgets, or feasibility. But I know better. I'm here to testify that I still have serious concerns about our ability to return to the classroom safely. And until these concerns are addressed, my children will not attend in-person classes for the Anchorage School District. My primary issue is the ability to maintain social distancing in a classroom throughout the day. So I propose the following. Teachers must be able to create a seated learning space for students a minimum of 6 feet apart from one another before in-person instruction begins, period. Not 3 feet, which essentially keeps classrooms the same as they've always been. There are elementary teachers preparing for 27 or more students in October. If teachers can rearrange their classrooms with students seated 6 feet apart, or if they can't arrange classrooms with kids within 6 feet apart, they have too many kids on their roster. Students must be moved into other classrooms, or additional FTE must be allotted to lower class size. If you continue to accept that it's not feasible or too expensive to accomplish this, then we're not ready to return to school yet. Additionally, I propose that every single school board member and administrator commit to spending October 19th in a different elementary classroom with the largest class size. Not a visit or a walkthrough with a principal. Spend the entire day in the classroom because cumulative exposure to COVID-19 is what teachers are concerned about. Observe the consistent use of masks by students and staff. Help the teacher disinfect tables and other touch points if they're being asked to. And feel confident in your decision to approve the plan to reopen. But if the thought of this concerns you, then again, we're not ready to send anybody back. I've listened to a lot of these meetings and everything sounds like a great plan here in the boardroom. Promises and commitments are made. Everything seems like it'll work. Congratulations are passed around and tasks are delegated to others. But it isn't about differences in curriculum or staffing or budgets. I can get over that stuff. This is about the safety of our teachers, support staff, and most importantly, our students. You have a responsibility to ensure that when the plan you approve rolls out of this building, it is implemented with fidelity and with the belief that every child is truly safe in an Anchorage School District classroom. So I look forward to seeing you in class on October 19th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, I have Allison Tybalt. Allison, are you with us listening?
I am, yes, thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you, school board members and Dr. Bishop, for your time. I come to you today to advocate for my students as an in-person classroom AP English teacher who has heard the overwhelming response from my students who are duly enrolled in synchronous and asynchronous classes. Before the school year began, they were told they would have courses that were flexible to meet their needs, and they registered accordingly. It's a given that with AP courses, there will be tears and anxiety somewhere along the way. But I have never before experienced overwhelming frantic emails and tear-filled phone calls in the first 2 weeks of school until this year. And the feedback they have shared with me is deep frustration and disappointment in the ASD virtual program. A number of students were unable to access any of their rigorous college level course content until Labor Day, leaving them with 5 weeks to complete work that is normally done within 18 weeks. When they have asked for an extension for their quarter, they were met with silence and then contradictory mixed messages. They have been told, well, you only have 3 classes, so this should be manageable, or do the best you can. The messages they are hearing are loud and clear. Here is a punishment for your lifetime of hard work, and please don't ask any questions. One student said, right now, Ms. Tebow, school feels like riding a unicycle while trying to juggle chainsaws on a boat that is on fire. But I'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Our students deserve more than a boat that is on fire, and one can only imagine that if these are the words of our district's strongest students, what must be the engulfing flames of school for others right now. In July, the board and district leadership failed to heed the pleas of dozens of community members and expert teachers to push back the start date of the school year to properly plan and prepare to serve our students. The result abandoned our well-established, strong iSchool program with trained and experienced teachers who were ready to take on the task. The result was a haphazard program that provided students with, when they did reach out for help, an out-of-office message saying that the program coordinator was unavailable until after Labor Day. The result is this fire-laden boat, and I plead with you today to please fix it. Reinstate the established iSchool program that already had dozens of trained and qualified teachers prepared to work it. Demand and enforce better communication from the ASD virtual program to the coordinators, teachers, and families. Vocally and publicly apologize to our students. Provide extensions to that quarter. And if needed, change that leadership in the ASD virtual program to provide stronger and more professional communication. I know that so many of us have worked hard. There's not one right decision, and dozens of hours and months have been spent preparing. And yet, the writing is on the wall if no changes are made, and that leaves our students on a sinking ship. We know to do better, and they deserve better. Please, I ask of you to do better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Heidi Tukata. Heidi, are you with us this evening? Heidi? I see her on mute. Heidi, we will come back to you and see if we can figure out the technical issue. I'm going to go next up to in person, Sarah Price. And Sarah, I see you there. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Thank you, honorable board members, for having me this evening. My name is Sarah Price, and I am a junior enrolled at Eagle River High School. I am passionate about my academics, and I love my community, which is why I am appalled that at 16 years old, I have to advocate to even go to school. The district has ignored COVID science and what health officials have stated pertaining to reopening schools. Not only in the aspect of learning has ASD dismissed high school students, but the district has disregarded the real safety hazard that is keeping adolescents in despondent conditions where depression is catalyzed and at-home abuse goes unseen. It is a disheartening lack of leadership and empathy for the district to neglect high school students of an education until next semester. ASD has had since June to make a plan, and the result is a glorified version of homework that has stolen 12 weeks of teaching, while also leaving teachers staring at computers instead of their students, myself and peers stressed, learning little, and deprived of the joy we received in school. I am not asking for much, and I am not asking alone when I say that in-person school needs to be an option for high school students in the Anchorage School District. I will not repeat the COVID numbers I am sure you are all briefed on daily. However, I must address other statistics that are pertinent in this discussion. In the state of Alaska, only 3 children have been hospitalized with 0 deaths due to COVID. So it is not only clear in the science, but the officials at the CDC state that COVID-19 poses low risk to school-aged children and suggests that children are unlikely to be major drivers of the spread of the virus, end quote. Peddlers Collective, the World Health Organization, has stated that for areas with less than 5% case rates per 100,000 people should have their schools open. Anchorage's 14-day average case rate is 0.01. Texas, Florida, and even New York will be going back to school next week with 25 times our case rate. However, ASD will not allow high schoolers back until next year. I need not say more. Aside from COVID itself, what is more harmful to the student body is the danger that staying at home possesses. We live in a state where suicide is the 6th leading cause of death, and for ages 15 to 24, the rate is 44.2, large compared to COVID 0. Many scientists have concluded that the pandemic situation is increasing suicide rates, and as seasonal depression grows closer, teens need their friends and community that the school offers. The closing of schools has also created an increase in evidence of abuse with a decrease in reportings, since schools provide 1/5 of these reports. The CDC also lists that school closures will not only continue these two issues, but will cause many more. So I say that if you are a district who truly cares for your students, open up the safe havens that are our schools. So to clarify, if ASD does not send high school students back until next year, each member on this board is acknowledging and accepting the probable danger you are putting your students in, are openly stealing our education, and are failing your own mission statement. I have done the scientific research, calculated the statistics, and cited my sources as my wonderful teachers of Eagle River High School have taught me to do so well. So now please do your job and get us back into school in a safe and timely fashion. Thank you.
Thank you. I see that Heidi has rejoined us on the phone. I'd like to go back up to see if we can get that connection back. Heidi, are you with us tonight? I still see her on mute, but I don't know how to unmute her.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Thank you so very much. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Sakata. I'm a 4th grade teacher in Anchorage, and this is my 22nd year teaching. Tonight I'm calling in to advocate for my students and my families. In July, the scientifically developed matrix that you came out with stated that a high risk area was less than 29. Now you've stated that it's less than 200. That decision has increased our student and their families' risk by 690% in 2 months' time. The new matrix that came out states that we need to have these mitigation strategies in place and that our kids will be safe. Consistent and correct use of masks, that's not going to happen for elementary students, especially younger ones. Social distancing to the largest extent possible. I have 21 students. I spent over 2 hours trying to arrange my desks to be a minimum of 3 feet apart. If I put 2 or 3 kids in the hall, I can do it. Hygiene and respiratory etiquette. Right now, my kit that ASD gave me has 6 4-ounce squeeze tubes of sanitizer. According to the American Council on Science and Health, with 21 students and 1 teacher applying sanitizer a minimum of 4 times a day, that current supply will last 2 days. And there are no more. There is no other sanitizer in my school. Cleaning and disinfection. We'll need to clean these classrooms on a regular basis. Well, right now our current custodians are stretched so thinly that we don't ever even have our desks and classroom surfaces cleaned daily. There's no way we're going to be able to do that. Teachers, the supplies we've been given, not going to be usable. You say these are mitigation strategies and you've got contract tracing as a mitigation strategy. That's not a mitigation strategy. That is just after the fact figuring out who was sick. Kids are sent to school sick all the time, and the parents don't come pick their kids up. Earlier, Ms. Marcette mentioned that one of her concerns was teacher retention. AEA just conducted a survey of the teachers, and based on those results, 529 have stated they will not return if we go back to school. That is 24.7% of teachers that are not going to return if we are face-to-face. So that leaves us with some pretty severe questions. Who's going to cover these classes when a teacher's out or sick or has to go? How are students going to have access to the bathroom? I've been told they need to be escorted, but I don't know who's going to do that. How am I going to explain to my 4th grade student who has wet his pants that the adults in the building couldn't get there on time? We can't socially distance in our class sizes. They're too large. How is busing going to affect the day? We can't get kids to and from school without shifting. How's the playground going to be cleaned? There are no independent touchless sanitizer stations. Those were promised by August 10th. We don't have any electrostatic sprayers. Those were supposed to be in school by August 10th. Teachers haven't been trained for cleaning. That was supposed to happen by July 17th. There's no signage. And the bigger concern is right now, Ms. Hodge mentioned earlier that there's already a disparity in our colors of community. That's going to grow larger. We owe it to our families to keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue on the telephone is Barbara Clark. Barbara, are you with us this evening? Barbara, are you on the line with us? I see her, but I also see her. There she
Hello.
is. Hi, Barbara. Thank you. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Barb Clark. I teach English at West. When I spoke with you a few weeks ago, I said that if we're going back to work, though I'm at high risk, I'll go. Because if you insist on in-person school, someone will have to, and about half of ASD staff have one risk factor or another. I'm not going to let someone with even graver risk factors than mine or with a vulnerable family member at home get pushed aside from me. I already know of one teacher, not at my building, whose urgent request to keep teaching from home has been turned down. If you're going to field a team, there will be more. I haven't changed my mind about going in, but the reality of it has been feeling more pressing. And I'm at high school. Unless plans change again, I have a few more months of safety. Elementary and special ed have just under 4 weeks. I hope you've all had time to look at the AEA member survey results, at least at the data. I'm on the AEA board, so we've had those reports for a few days. But the comments run to 85 pages for one document and 95 in another. I'm trying to at least skim every page since an overwhelming number of our members took time out of their crazily busy online days to write. It's slow going, but I hope you're doing the same. What I'm feeling especially deep concern about tonight is that there was a plan. The plan put together by Deed. Not all of us were crazy about it, but at least it had firm guardrails, including a 2-week rolling average of new daily COVID cases below 30 in Anchorage. But the goalposts have been moved. I know. CDC guidelines have changed. But why? Things seem to be in a bit of a mess over there at CDC. They had some sudden leadership changes last month, and the recommendations since have become variable. A couple of days ago, the CDC signaled the danger of the virus being airborne and said that even 6 feet of separation between masked people might not be enough to prevent transmission. Within 24 hours, they were walking that back. It seems reasonable to conclude that non-medical influences might have been brought to bear at the CDC. It seems only prudent then to consider their earlier guidance and the Deed recommendations that grew out of that as at least more reliable than the ephemeral and possibly politically compromised pronouncements the CDC has issued more recently. Nothing about the virus has changed. It's still highly contagious and it's still potentially deadly. It can still be carried by asymptomatic people, and the asymptomatic tend to be children. There's still no vaccine. The progress is being made toward developing one that can't be rushed without cost to its efficacy and to its credibility. Nothing about preparedness in Anchorage has changed, except that should I require a bed in intensive care and a vent down my trachea, those can probably be had. And that is really not much comfort. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone, I have Mandy McConnell. Mandy, are you with us this evening?
Yes, I am.
You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening, Dr. Bishop and the members of the school board. My name is Mandy McConnell, and I'm a parent of 2 ASD children, and I am a teacher within your school district. I'm speaking today regarding the safety of reopening schools in person. We continue to learn new things about this virus, but the 4 things that we have learned that help lower the risk of spreading COVID-19 is 1, wear a mask, 2, wash your hands, 3, social distancing, and 4, adequate ventilation. While I applaud your efforts with requiring masks be worn and encouraging frequent hand washing, I feel there is a lack of safety regarding social distancing in the classroom and ensuring adequate ventilation. The CDC and doctors from our state continue to promote the importance of maintaining 6 feet social distancing. It is stated by the American Academy of Pediatrics that some countries have been able to use 3 feet of distancing after first controlling community-wide spread. We are not there yet when we still have cases as high as 70 cases in Anchorage just a few days ago. ASD teachers have been expressing their concerns that they are directed to try to have at least 3 feet. That is unacceptable. And what should the teacher do if they cannot even get 3 feet distancing with the amount of students they currently have in their classes? Now let's talk about lunchtime. Many schools are to eat lunch in their classrooms to remain in their cohorts. How is 3 feet of social distancing adequate, especially when masks are off and students are eating and talking with one another? How is this a safe environment for students or the adult monitoring during a 25-minute lunchtime? How is this not a spreading ground for COVID-19? We should not be doing good enough. We should be doing what is right. There are people's lives on the line. If we are returning to school face-to-face, then we need to create a classroom environment that 6 feet social distancing is the minimum. How can we do this? We can lower class sizes so that teachers can spread their students out. Provide teachers with barriers for desks and tables. Why are schools only getting a few to use for the whole school? Teachers should not have to purchase their own PPE for themselves and their students. Purchase more desks. There is a 20-school wait list at the warehouse for desks. I have 4 rectangle tables for my students, and clearly that would not accommodate social distancing. I want to return to the classroom and teach my students face-to-face when I am confident that the environment our district is providing is safe for our staff. Not only help us with social distancing within the classroom, but also make sure ventilation is adequate in every building. And to all the members in our community, please help us lower the transmission so we can send our students and staff to a safe learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue on the telephone is Misty Nelson. Misty, are you with us this evening?
I am. Good evening.
Thank you so much for calling in. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Imagine this, an elementary school of about 296 students comprised of preschool, K through 6 gen ed, and 3 classes of life skills. There are approximately 28 certificated staff members and about a dozen classified staff. So at minimum, 40 adults from different homes and situations working under one roof. Of the certificated staff, hear this scenario. 1 has cancer and is currently undergoing chemo. 2 are cancer survivors and continue with follow-up appointments. 1 staff member is in their 70s with a spouse in their 80s. 1 staff member is caring for their 95-year-old parent in the same household. 1 staff member is pregnant and due in less than a few months. 1 staff member has a newborn. These are only a few of the real cases at one real ASD elementary school. These folks are all high risk in one school. Now picture this, halls adorned with stickers directing traffic one way. Each classroom door at minimum is decorated with stickers stating all persons must wear a face mask, keep a safe distance 6 feet, frequently wash, sanitize hands. Current class sizes sit at 26, 26, 25, 23, 21, 20, 20, 19, 20, 24, 24, 27. We have so many questions. Just a few are, who will clean each bathroom stall and handle and toilet seat after each student's use? Who will monitor the bathrooms to ensure students are hand washing and physical distancing? Who will monitor the kids who aren't in the bathroom? Who is checking the students' temperatures each morning before they enter the building? Who is monitoring all of the students while the one kiddo is getting their temp taken? What happens when a kid has a high fever or a runny nose and their transportation is already left? Where do all the kiddos go when several are showing up symptoms of being sick? What happens when we can't get a hold of a parent to pick up their child or the parent refuses to pick up their child? What do we do when a student refuses to wear a mask? Do we clean and sanitize all the used supplies and touch surfaces during our prep time at the end of the day? When then do we prep? What about that kinder who's new to school and they need a hug or a hand to hold? What about the violent behavior that needs to be stopped? Who gets the even riskier job than before of administering safe holds in this scenario? So far, classroom teachers have been given a cardboard box that consists of the following: 6 4 fluid ounce bottles of 78% alcohol hand gel, 1 box of 53-ply disposable face masks, 1 roll of garbage bags, and 2 rolls of school paper towels. Teachers are waiting to get Clorox sanitizing wipes, or perhaps at least have the ones they purchased themselves that were taken from their classrooms in the spring without their permission replaced. They want to see copious amounts of hand sanitizer available in every classroom. Not one big jug for staging on October 19th. An actual realistic stock to proactively be ready to prevent the spread of COVID-19 in our schools. What are we telling you? We don't feel ASD is ready. We don't feel that we can safely protect our students, our families, and ourselves at this point come October 19th. We are not hangars and we are not housing airplanes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up in person, I have speaker number 13, Corey Ace. Corey, you have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'd like to start with a shout out. I'd like the board to join me in a shout out for all your educators, all your principals, all the Totem employees, everyone in this boardroom who are working really hard every day overtime. They deserve a shout out. Please do not miss the opportunity tonight to do that at some point. When it was announced that there was a new timetable for students to return to school, I received 150 emails in 90 minutes from members highlighting their concerns with the plan. We are in uncharted waters, or at least those who have gone before us have had limited success. I'm going to skip most of my testimony tonight. The data you can read online. My testimony is posted. There are a couple things I do want to highlight though. Another shout out to Fairview Elementary. Go Eagles! Come on, Eagles. Any Eagles? No Eagles. Anyway, go Fairview. I think someone will be speaking to Fairview tonight. If they were to go back today, they have a 6th grade class of 31 students, a 5th grade class of 32 students, a 3rd grade class of 32 students, a K-1 class of 28 students, and a kindergarten class of 27 students. 27 kindergartners. I taught 5 years of K at Muldoon Elementary. That's crazy. Do you know what first day K is like? If you've never experienced first day K, it is a lifetime of experience. You should do it. There is what is a reasonable number of students when Anchorage is classified high risk? Hospitals are in and out of the red capacity level, and all projections are for COVID-19 cases to increase over the winter. Nobody has the pulse of your educators like I do. Emails, surveys, 1,769 comments just on the safeguards. In fact, this survey is unprecedented. Over 2,100 members participated in this survey. AEA and ASD have never had such a successful survey. I can't help but notice that half the board is missing tonight. Why are they not here? Why have they chosen to stay safe and are at home? Why are they not participating in person? In second thought, why are you all here? Why am I here? Why are we all here? The board online are our role models right now. They are setting the example. Stay home, stay safe, minimize the spread. Some additional numbers to consider. What is 3,636? The number of K-12 schools with reported cases with COVID-19. Am I really on my 3 minutes?
Yep.
Oh, goodness. 3 minutes is not long enough.
If you would, please kindly submit all of your comments in writing. We would love to read them all.
I'm just going to end. We have some serious concerns to consider. You have serious concerns to consider.
Thank you. Next up in person, speaker number 14 is Jessica Wu. Jessica, if you are ready, you have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hello all.
My name is Jessica Wu, and I'm a senior at Bartlett High School. I would like to thank all the teachers and counselors who have worked tirelessly to support us as much as possible. However, this school year has already been by far the most stressful one I have experienced due to the lack of organization and communication with the ASD virtual classes. I would like to share my experience in order to provide perspective on how easy it is for students to fall through the cracks of our education system. I began the year with the understanding that AP Calculus BC was no longer being offered, so I started my AP Statistics class. I then got contacted because calculus was in fact going to be offered through ASD Virtual. After a week of minimal communication from my teacher, I received the news that AP Calculus could no longer be provided. So I started AP Economics. Shortly following this, I was again contacted and told that despite the previous message, they are now able to offer AP Calculus BC. Our class was only able to start the coursework in the beginning of September, 2.5 weeks after the school year started, which is a much more significant loss of time because we are on a quarterly schedule, along with being denied any type of extension. How is this acceptable? How is this fair? My AP chemistry class was not able to start until 2 weeks after the school year began. Last week, I was told that since I did not take a regular chemistry class, I would have to be removed from my AP chemistry. I am now expected to catch up and complete my health class before the quarter ends in 4 weeks. If this all sounds confusing to you, then you understand a fraction of the frustration I've been feeling. These situations not only affect my schedule and grades, but now it's hurting my future. I have worked very hard to be able to present the best version of my academic self to colleges. Now, I understand the school district has been placed in a difficult situation, but be reminded you are dealing with students' lives and futures. I refuse to fall through the cracks, but there are so many students who do not have the support systems at home or in their personal lives to deal with the chaos that is ASD virtual school. You're leaving behind many students. Thank you for hearing me out and for your time.
Thank you. Next up on the telephone is Speaker Rebecca Eden. Rebecca, are you with us this evening?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Great. Good evening, board members and Dr. Bishop. My name is Rebecca Hayden. I've worked at Baggage Middle School promoting restorative practices for the last 3 years, running their reset room and redesigning their in-school suspension program. Educators nationwide are grappling with equity and discipline. It is not a new struggle. Over the years, we have seen clear evidence that suspension rates disproportionately affect students of color. We have seen clear evidence that suspensions are counterproductive in creating better outcomes for behaviors. However, there does not seem to be a clear way forward. Because the need is clear, but the solution is not. Many districts, including ASD, have done their best to mitigate rising suspension rates and the inequities they highlight by adopting programs that serve to increase relational capacity with students. The hope is that if relationships are established, the need for punitive measures can be avoided. Programs like Capturing Kids' Hearts and restorative discipline measures do create platforms for relationship building. However, they fail to address the way we deal with behaviors and the highest levels of discipline. And they fail to address the fact that our larger perspective of student behavior is still bound to punitive ideologies. We have agreed as a district that social emotional learning is imperative for our students. We understand that we have a state that is fraught with trauma and that our students deserve every resource for ensuring their success. Because of this, ASD has become a leader in SEL implementation and practice. However, when SEL is not tied explicitly to classroom management, it results in a dichotomous learning environment where, though we acknowledge that coping and self-management skills need to be taught, the discipline actions we take often result in removing students from the classroom and reinforcing authority rather than growth. We offer in some schools reset rooms for students to process their behavior, but we have failed to oversee these endeavors in a way that ensures that students are mentored in an environment that is SEL focused rather than focused on reinforcing the authority of the teacher. As discipline progresses into higher levels of suspension, and arguably when students need direct SEL interventions the most, we separate them from their peers, isolate them from academic help, and fall back on the only remaining tool we have to maintain control of student behavior, our authority to and power to punish. In order to truly interrupt a system of inequity, there must be purposeful top-to-bottom change in first our mindset regarding student discipline, and then the actions we take to bring about something new. We must move from the goal of controlling student behavior to supporting student growth, utilizing the tools already available to us in the way they were intended. That is relationship building as a tool designed to promote student growth rather than compliance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up in the queue, speaker number 16, Kate Ladd. Kate, are you with us this evening?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Assembly members and Superintendent Bishop. My name is Kate Ladd, and I'm a teacher, parent, and member of a large medical family. I cannot stress to you enough that going back in person teaching is extremely dangerous and concerning. The case count is as high as ever and expected to increase, coupled with the coming flu season. This is a recipe for disaster and a return to online education. My uncle is a doctor who works in a hospital treating COVID patients. He's extremely concerned that we would go back to direct contact in the beginning of a second wave. He expressed that every staff and student should wear a mask and a shield and to never remove it. He said I should be eating lunch in my car. Even with that, he said 5.5 hours is no different than 6.5 hours, and that children will continue to spread it to one another, and that he fears for the families that they are going home to. I work in Mountain View, where many live in multi-generational homes. We have a duty to put all of our health above academics during a pandemic. I know this is hard and that children will regress, and you know what? That's okay. We as educators will take that on as we should and when the time is right. We do know that the virus is deadly, but we don't know the long-term effects of this virus raging in the U.S. Yeah, it could be a small percentage that die, but tell me, is that acceptable? Are you willing to let me or my colleagues who are also high risk die, or people in our community? Us teachers have worked our butts off to learn these platforms, find the best new ways to reach our students. Please let us continue to try to do our best and stay safe. Students will lose ground. We all know the classroom is best, but we need to be smart about this and do what's best for our community. Teachers are not a commodity, and we need to feel as though our district values our lives. I'll not be sending my children back to school until numbers are down and there's adequate class size to social distance. I'm not basing any of this off feelings, but off the science of the medical community. If we overreact, we'll never know how bad it could have been. But if we underreact, then we'll have lives on your hands and consciousness. This is not being dramatic. This is a fact. I would rather just protect all and continue to watch the data, let science get to that vaccine. Then when cases are going down, we can go into hybrid or a few days a week. I'm still uncertain if I'll be able to remain with the district, if I must have to choose between my children and putting my life in harm's way. I know many teachers who feel the same. I've only talked to one teacher that is excited to go back. One. Have you seen the survey? Then you know what the right answer is. If only 20% are comfortable with returning, then you must listen to the people that you work for. After getting the information from the survey, it would be a slap in the face, and it would confirm that you're willing to risk lives and lose members of our district educators, staff, children, and community members. These are unprecedented times, and we cannot compare ourselves to other cities, states, or districts. We must continue to protect one another and keep Alaska's numbers low and remain socially distant as we enter the second wave and flu season. Please listen to the 80% of your district employees that are clearly asking you what to do, or what to do what is right. I appreciate your time. I thank you, and I wish you and yours the best of health during these coming difficult days.
Thank you. Next up, number 17, Ben Walker. Ben, are you with us this evening?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ben Walker, and I'm a parent of 2 elementary students. I'm also a teacher here in the Anchorage School District, at least right now anyways. Maybe check back with me in a couple months. I, like so many of us, have spent a lot of time the last 5 months or so looking at red, yellow, and green boxes with numbers. Even a brown box, which was new last week. Never seen the brown box before. Colored boxes full of numbers to denote different risk levels, but I haven't seen the only box that matters. So tonight, I'm going to keep it short with just one single question. What number What number is in the green box for acceptable students, staff, and community COVID infection directly from school buildings that causes lifelong, debilitating conditions and even deaths? What is the acceptable trade-off in the minds of the Anchorage School District in actual lives ruined or lost because of political pressure and complaints in email inboxes and social media? Is there an acceptable number of otherwise healthy 40-year-olds dying, like happened here in Anchorage recently, to placate public pressure and ignore science? I'm 44, by the way. Is there an acceptable number of students as young as 6, which has happened, dying in that green box? I have 2 young kids, so don't try to explain that one to me. Is there an acceptable number of kids and adults developing lifelong heart and lung conditions? And who knows what else we're still learning about? Because let's be honest, going back with the cases we have, the procedures and protections we are actually able to do, and especially with the class sizes we have, over 30 students in a small room is very, very common in this district. Even the best case of everything done perfectly still puts a number in that box. Currently, high school sports are putting numbers in that box. So what number of lives lost or changed forever does the Anchorage School District consider green? Because to me, that's the only box that matters. And if we're not talking about that box, we're missing the whole point of educating all students for life. If we're going to just give up in the middle of a pandemic that is nowhere near over, at least be honest about the trade-off, because that green box will not be anywhere close to zero. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, speaker number 18, Laura Kimmel. Laura, are you with us this evening?
Yes, I'm here. Hello.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hello, Honorable School Board. As a teacher, mother, and community member, I have grave concerns about bringing students back to school campuses as early as October. My first concern is the lack of space for appropriate and safe social distancing. As one colleague shares in a recent survey, we would need to double the space of the school to allow for the scientifically shown need for distance. Otherwise, we can only bring half of the students back at a time. Given that we are scheduled to bring all elementary kids back at once, it seems we are compromising this vital safety measure. As a parent of a 6th grader, I am extremely concerned about this. As a high school teacher, I believe the way we are teaching now is working, considering the circumstances. I am very proud of my students' overall success rate right now. As colleagues have shared in the recent Anchorage Education Association survey, we teachers and students are all getting used to remote learning. School now is unlike anything we have ever experienced, but it is tolerable and doable. Not only have I heard a student ask, have I heard a student ask about returning to school. They're afraid. They are afraid to ask, afraid to know the answer, afraid of the tumult of returning and then quarantining again, what that would bring. We talk about being trauma-informed schools. What traumas are we causing with the back and forth and the potential risks we are facing? As a community member, I have serious concerns about our collective safety and security in these times, as we all do. It is not safe to go back now. An independent source from the New York Times says that there have been 21,000 cases this school year in schools in the United States. 11 states, and we are one of them, do not publish information on school cases. We closed the schools when there were 30 cases in Anchorage, but now we are at 4,000, and the district is planning to reopen our classrooms. We're still at high risk. We still don't know the long-lasting impacts on health and well-being, especially for kids. The insecurity we all feel around these issues makes it difficult to secure emotional teaching and learning. I urge the school board to delay physically reopening the schools. Those decisions should be data-driven and transparent, and every action should be taken to minimize our risk by minimizing our exposure to the virus. The current systems are working, and we are safer than we would be if we reopened our doors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, speaker number 19, Russell Moore. Russell, are you with us this evening?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Hello, school board members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Russell Moore. I'm very concerned that ASD has randomly decided 3 feet of separation is enough physical distance in schools. Dr. Bishop often says ASD's first responsibility is to keep students safe. Well then, why pull this 3-foot number out of thin air? It goes against all the expert guidance calling for a minimum of 6 feet, not to mention the latest information about aerosols. And the plan shared so far says that this 3 feet of distance will be observed as much as possible, which frankly, to anybody who's worked with kids, means that it will pretty much never be practiced. I really hope your upcoming town hall meetings are going to just blow us away with new and encouraging information, because as we've heard from so many teachers tonight, so far ASD has not demonstrated that it's ready to safely open its doors on October 19th. It sure seems that ASD's safety goals are being scaled back in order to meet the reopening schedule, when it should be the exact opposite. When organizations move the safety goalposts to hit a budget or timeline, tragedy eventually follows. BP's Texas City refinery disaster comes to mind. Turning to my other huge concern, which I haven't heard anything about tonight. I have family members and friends who teach for ASD, and they've showed me a Kafkaesque nightmare buried in ASD's leave policy. Picture this situation, one which will be common if kids return to school in October. A teacher teaches a student in person. The next day, the student tests positive for COVID-19. The contact tracers identify the teacher and the other students in the classroom as having been in close contact with this confirmed case. Therefore, even if they don't get sick, the teacher is required to stay home for 7 days before achieving a negative COVID test result. This could happen 2, 3, 5, 10 times to the same teacher. According to published guidance from the district, once the federally mandated COVID leave days are exhausted, or after December 31st, if that federal requirement is renewed, teachers will have to use their sick days or take unpaid leave if they're ordered into quarantine. In other words, ASD has decided that it can expose teachers to COVID, order them to stay home, and then refuse to pay them for the time they're forced to stay out. Do you see how insane and unfair that is? Teachers can behave perfectly in their personal lives, being as diligent as possible. But if ASD puts a sick person near them in the workplace enough times, they can be forced to suffer financial hardship. We are all entirely on board with doing our part to keep our community safe and to stop the spread of COVID-19. But when teachers are unable or not allowed to work because ASD has exposed them to the virus, it is profoundly unfair that they would be required to use their paid leave or go unpaid to satisfy the quarantine period. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Next up in the queue is number 20, Marnie Hardill. Marnie, are you with us this evening? I see her on mute. I'm hoping that she can hear us, that it's her turn. Marnie?
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Star
Thank
six.
you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Love dealing with technology, the phone. My name is Marnie Hartill. I am speaking to you as an individual. I am not going to be speaking to you about aerosols or ventilation or the CDC's hypocritical and political advice on trick-or-treating, now considering reckless as their approach to school safety. I'm not going to talk about snacks without masks or contact tracing, testing, public notification. You know I'm passionate about technology and my extensive experience as a tech collaborator. I'm a Google Level 2 certified educator. I'm a Common Sense ambassador for digital citizenship. I'm a computer technology teacher, and I'm all around geek and tinker. Since 2017, when I took part in its pilot, I have never been satisfied with Canvas LMS. It's so full of glitches and glaring errors and pitfalls and programming mistakes that I like to say Canvas is for coyotes. There's rabbit holes everywhere. So why did ASD choose to use Canvas? It's expensive. It's very expensive. It's incredibly complicated and it doesn't make sense. I just wanted to know why ASD is choosing to spend all this money on Canvas. And I've been asking since 2017, and it seems like I keep getting pointed to, well, it's the best one that works with our SIS, our Student Information System. And this decision to use an expensive LMS doesn't make sense. Justin Reich, author of Failure to Disrupt, Why Technology Alone Can't Transform Education, he touches on this in his book, that there are a lot of school districts that fall into this pitfall, thinking they can spend lots of money on these expensive corporate grabs. I can list dozens of them for you now. But my point is, instead of investing in Canvas, why not simplify and look at Google Classroom? And then use that money on investing on a decent student information system. It's been 10 years. We've been using Q. And I remember sitting in a parent meeting just this week and having another teacher tell a parent, well, just go on in Q and check the grades and go in Canvas and check the assignments. But then look over your children's shoulder to see the actual information because your parent observer account won't see. This is ridiculous. We need to help our parents. So to help out, I did a little bit of research, and I want you to get a pen and paper out and write down this link, and you can look at my research. It's at bit.ly/school-tech-plans. And just to summarize that data, I looked at all of the school districts in the nation, urban, rural, award-winning, high NAEP scores, niche awards, and guess what they're all using? They're using Google Classroom, and they're using PowerSchool. Now, there's a high rate of student information systems that are leaders, and those are Infinite Campus, Aries, and Skyward. And guess what? All three are partners with Google Classroom, and those grades sync directly over. So I would like you to please listen to those parents and educators and students who are frustrated. Take it from me. I'm a super geek, and I'm struggling with it. I'm still working on glitches in the system. Our students deserve better. If we want to improve communication with parents, let's get a decent student information system. I'll send some written testimony. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so very much. At this time, that is the end of the 1 hour and the 20 people that I committed to for that hour for our first public testimony. As part of this, there's also the written public testimony, and there are a lot of things attached to the agenda, which board members and the public can all read, and encourage everybody to do so. Next up in the agenda is our superintendent update. And at this time, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, Madam President. I have several items for which to update. And we'll go from the beginning. Here we are. So today we're going to spend some time on the school start and decision guidance. This will also come up in our non-action for discussion, but wanted to share some of the pieces of information as we build capacity to understand the decisions, the decision matrix. Speak a little bit just to remind you of the town hall meetings that one is tomorrow and hosted by Dr. Zink and myself. The after school reading program, speak to staff movement in the virtual as well as the overcrowded classrooms in imbalanced classrooms. Finally, touch on the minority leadership program that started last night and finish up the caboose with Jim Anderson, just providing a brief update on the finances. So to begin, we've heard a great deal of testimony, and it's taken seriously and as input. And one of the understandings that we have is always when we share about being uncomfortable, the next, what we learned from Dr. Zink is to just readdress and say, what will make you comfortable? What is the fear? How can we work with it? But certainly the school decisions have been made on 3 different guidance that continues to be updated. What we knew back in June, for which our plan was made in July, has had updates by the medical community. Our plan wasn't pulled out of, air. It wasn't unilaterally just changed by me thinking of, I just have a new idea. This next slide shows the 3 pieces of guidance that are connected to our website, but I encourage people to look them up as direct sources. There has been testimony, and as well, it is a political thing that folks like to talk about with the CDC, as that doesn't meet some people's expectations. But if you look at the American Academy of Pediatrics recent report, as well as the considerations for school-related public health measures in the World Health Organization latest publication, which was September 14th, the CDC was the 15th. And again, this isn't all the CDC guidance. This is specifically just to schools, as well as, of course, the COVID-19 planning considerations. all of the documents actually support what our student, Ms. Price, shared. So that understanding case counts and viral spread is a part of our decision making and will continue to be a part of our decision making, but it certainly shouldn't be the only piece of information. That there are other considerations that should be reviewed, including the health and safety of children and the mental and really physical setbacks that could occur in addition to the academics, as well as having mitigation and safe places for educators and others and students to come to. So our plan includes those and by these documents. And again, if we set a date looking into the future to move to the future about preparing ourselves. In mid-July, we had talked about a plan and we were in the medium risk. And it became clear to us that if we did not begin planning in the middle of July, when we continued to be in the higher end of the medium risk, to plan for online, we would have never been prepared. And as you heard, things aren't, squeaky clean, perfect, because it's a new system, new learnings, new understandings. Now we're looking and saying, given the information from the professionals in the world of science, which science changes with new information, so should we adapt and understand what we are asking parents of our students and of our staff and of ourselves in the school district. So with that, I'm going to just dive into a little deeper. I brought a staff to really share understandings who work in those constructs. The work that is involved in when we ask teachers, and some of your feedback today was, I want to understand this more, or I think the hand sanitizer, I'm struggling with this. Each of those areas has a work group that are made up of educators that can work around and understand how to enable us to feel safe, to go back into school, to serve our children. It was mentioned that our mission, I think both students this evening shared that we were not meeting our mission. Our high school students were quite eloquent in sharing with us that it's they who are left behind in this. So I'm going to share, introduce again our Chief Operations Officer, Tom Roth, and he can share about, the quality of ventilation and what we're considering. The supports for classrooms without children in them right now. The kits aren't fully, staffed for, when they run out, we replace them, but there aren't students now. So we're not having those items sit there. So we can share in the understanding. And again, the communication of this, if we go back to written documents on the website with the research, it is a much better place to find information than perhaps on a different social media site. So I just encourage our community and our students to go to the posted information where the plans are. With that, Tom, and I'll have, I know that we have our Senior Director of Health and Nursing with us as well.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop, through the president to members of the board. So very briefly, if I might, just to provide the board a quick update on where we are in terms of preparations to receive staff and students in buildings. So as the superintendent alluded to, we've been looking at this for months, and we've been addressing it for months with a number of members on the staff and school-based staff as well, identifying what we understand to be the needs to prepare to receive staff and students. So very briefly, just with regards to the protective equipment, both the personal protective equipment, the face coverings, the shields, and the humanity shields, Those have all been moving out to schools this week. We've had several different pushes of materials going out to schools, and a lot of that has been driven by just the supply chain. As you can imagine, we are in really a global competition for many of these items. The hand sanitizer, the classroom package, if you will, with the hand sanitizer, spray bottles, the paper towels and those have been in the schools now since about June. I do want to very briefly talk to the resupply process. I know there have been some comments about the hand sanitizer as an example, the squeeze tubes that are in all the elementary schools. I would tell you that there is a system in place, and there is a significant quantity of hand sanitizer that is prepared to be pushed to schools as it gets consumed. So we're not here to allow materials to run out and not be replaced. The system really is working with the purchasing warehouse operations and our BPOs. So I would just submit to the board here that I understand the concerns. There's probably a lot of misinformation or lack of information out there what some of these things are, but I would just tell you that it is in place. There is a resupply plan, and there is more materials being moved out as we speak. So with regards to systems, I believe many board members are cognizant that we have systems in place in order to allow the district to respond in the event where we may have confirmed COVID-19 cases, and also where we may have close contacts to people who have been confirmed. And these are in three primary areas. First is our response protocols. So we do have response matrices for confirmed COVID cases in either the school environment or also in athletics. And I think many of you have seen those received. In fact, we've had the opportunity a couple times to review those in some of our athletic programs. That we have organizations in the district able to respond to these notifications, these alerts. So we do have an initial assessment team. That team is under the immediate supervision of Miss Ashley Lawley, who is our Director of Security and Emergency Preparation, but it also involves Ms. Jennifer Petronis, our Director of Health Services, Deb Engels, who is our Senior Director for Risk Management, and then based on the incidents, it'll be either representation from elementary or secondary. And then lastly, we have a format to receive reports, and that drives a decision-making process. Again, kind of tied back to the response protocols. Not every incident will require the district to do something. In many cases, it's understanding the circumstances when they are reported, and it may not be a case where there's any potential transmission. But in those examples where we think there's that possibility, then it will drive response actions. But it's all triggered by a report. That report is prominently displayed on the district webpage. So that is where we are in a nutshell. And again, we are happy to entertain questions. Dr. Bishop talked about air handling as an example in school buildings. The standard is, and I think I've mentioned this, that a building should process the volume of air 3 times every hour. So it replaces the air 3 times an hour in the building. CP&C did a sampling of schools. Our schools in the sampling are pushing more air than that industry standard, 4 to 5 times per hour. We also have systems in place to replace air handler unit filters twice a year. If we need to, we can increase that. But right now, there's no real defining reason to go out and do that. But we can. So the systems right now for our buildings are functional. They're working. So with that, I would like to hand off to Ms. Jennifer Petronis, again, our Director of Health Services, to talk through the recent guidance that was published by the CDC in terms of evaluation criteria to look at your environment to help inform decision-making.
And thank you, Chairman. I do want to add that some of the information in regard to the mitigation is on, I know that there was kind of a sarcastic remark about airplane arms in a hangar. That was really a communication tool to put little vignettes of information out to our staff and our families about, and the name is airplane arms because we there were several comments in regard to struggling how, and I did go into a classroom myself this summer and work with some students. And it did occur to me that the spatial understanding of children is different than adults. We can a lot of kids don't know, what does that look like? And so how do we space kids out in a PE class? We say, go arm to arm, and we call it airplane arms. But also there's many things. We have a group of teachers working now to support learning of other teachers in regard to understanding blocks on the floor, squares in a carpet. When we mean, spatial distancing, so we're using teaching techniques around the classroom. And while it is going to be it's going to be a difficult job. Think about all the things, if you have children or nephews or nieces or grandkids, teaching them something it takes time and it takes diligence. And we're working to understand the supports needed in the classroom to be able to have those quick cues that teachers would like to help in teaching that. We're doing work on what are the different types of masks? How do you put them on properly? How do I have a child and what are the steps to teach a child to continue and what's the practice? And so a lot of these are in little vignettes taught throughout the time of questions that have come up, and they are called airplane arms, and they're on the website to take a look at just deeper issues. And as we come up with a topic that really needs a discussion, they create an airplane arm so it's not just pushed out. They actually have somebody moderating and saying, well, what do you mean by that? So they really get deeper into the information. So if the written doesn't work, we're hoping that that might reach out to someone, plus with closed captioning to get to more of an audience member, as well as being translated into other languages. So Jen, I'll let you take over.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Through the board president, to members of the board. On 15 September, the CDC came out with new indicators for dynamic school decision making. And in that article, it has a table that has indicators and thresholds that indicate the risk of introduction and transmission in schools. And up on the slide, you'll see the numbers that represent what our numbers are for Anchorage as of today when they released the current information. So the three core indicators include the 14-day case rate, which for this is not a number that we were currently looking at. We were looking at the 14-day rolling average, which is much different than the 14-day case rate, or even the 14-day case rate average, which is another number that we were closely watching. So for 14-day case rate, you find that by taking all the total cases that Anchorage had in 14 days, which for us, we were at 579, dividing that by the population, and then multiplying by 100. So that's where that big number comes from, 198.4. So based off the CDC table, that puts us in that higher category because they gave us 5 different categories to look into, or that each of these numbers place us in from lowest to highest. The next core indicator was the number of positive cases in 14 days in your community, which for us, it's 3.5%, which is in that lower category. And then also the ability to implement 5 key strategies to mitigate the risk, which are found on the next slide. So these include the consistent and correct use of masks, physical distancing, hand hygiene, respiratory etiquette, cleaning and disinfecting, and contact tracing. And based off our mitigation strategies that we've been discussing all summer, and then including what we've learned from the WHO, the AAP, and the CDC, we were able to check all of those off. And so our answer is yes. So if you can go back to the previous slide. The secondary indicators include the percentage of changes of cases in 7 days compared to the previous 7 days, which for us, we're at -3% because we went down slightly, which we're in the moderate category. Also, the percentage of hospital beds occupied, 87%. The percentage of ICU beds occupied, we're at 70%. And then the percentage of beds, both ICU and inpatient beds that are occupied with COVID-19 patients, we're at 3.8%. And then we're looking at the localized outbreak as defined by our health department. And upon speaking to our health department, they do say that we're in a localized outbreak, but gave us that moderate category. So these are all the indicators, these 8 indicators that the CDC wants us to look at in order to determine the risk of transmission within our schools, looking at it as a whole community, not just one number that we were looking at before. And again, the full CDC website talking about these factors, as well as giving the rubric why we selected where they were in the lowest, lower. We just cut and pasted that color chart, but the full information is located there and can be, you can access it directly from the site. And again, this is the CDC indicators. They were shared to us, with us in a meeting with Dr. Zink and Dr. McLaughlin as recently as last week when they came out. And then since that time, DHSS has created with the prior understanding of their color-coded system, they have run a new one on their website right next to it. So they are presently having discussions and updating, again, what they know. And there isn't a promise at all that COVID is not present in our schools. What we do know, or that we can keep it out, and that if COVID is present in our community and we have community schools, we understand that COVID is among us in our community. Our work is around mitigating that risk and understanding the risk levels of young children. That's why we started understanding the youngest children with the ability to do online and self-direct pacing. We heard tonight it's hard enough of older kids, let alone younger kids, to navigate that, as well as the parents, in addition to understanding the severity of cases and their risk of transmission for students under 10, given the evidence is very low. And so working with our health officials, understanding what they share with us, understanding the guidance, hence we're moving forward with being prepared if it does allow us, as we move into the next stages, to be prepared for school. I would say that short of the heading in the ADN, that article was very accurate, that there is a new understanding, the science is changing. As we are presented in ASD with new information, whether that be higher case counts or a new research factor, that too will be adapted into our program. I want to make note that it was said to us and said to me that the plan we had in July, without the contact tracing and highly understanding how important that is, and that's been a learned, a learned skill and a learned understanding that that's a mitigation technique, that perhaps our medium risk wasn't as secure as we thought it was. Again, we want to reflect on that as being a better one. That was the best we had at the time with the information we have. Now we're presenting new information that we have and presenting this. Do I believe that this may at some time alter again? Absolutely. If the new science comes out, we will adjust and adapt. Our goal is to answer the questions, to move from, I understand that there's trepidation. How can we help mitigate that trepidation? How can we help you feel more comfortable coming to school to service our children, to meet, preparing them for success? So that's just a little bit of background here, and we'll continue to have the most up-to-date information, but as much as possible, if we can get the information from sources, direct sources in our state and our partners, we're going to do so. To that end, the next slide, we are working with
having community town hall meetings. These are for the community, which would involve our staff community as well as the greater community. There's another one tomorrow hosted by Dr. Zink and myself with a panelist that she has from DHSS. We have a panelist, including our board president from ASD, for which we directed it right and invited our employees. All the board members have been registered. If you can log in, you'll get the Zoom sent to you. It's an echo style where they have panelists and answer questions. Along with the registration, we asked, what are your questions that you have? And so we're categorizing that. We want to be as transparent as possible, have people feeling as comfortable as possible, understanding school and the needs for school, as well as what we have to think about, all of us as a community. What are the safety measures? Dr. Zink is the expert in that. And then we have some folks here that can speak to the instructional model as well. But the 29th and 30th is for the community. Tomorrow's, the 23rd, I believe, it's from 3:30 to 5:30, and it's for ASD employees. And a notice went out last Friday. Next slide. So I'm going to switch to after-school reading program. In addition to having sports, being a volunteer, we knew that, and there's been some, actually from students and parents, some concern about why would you start sports when you don't allow us to learn in our school? And that's a good question. And understanding the trepidation from our staff and the concern, knowing that there were advocates for sports to start, utilizing the techniques for mitigation, understanding the risks, but considering that the benefit of sports and play and exercise and competition, all that goes with having co-activities was positive. It is an organization or a program for volunteers. And so students and staff who participate volunteer to participate. Of course, our coaches are paid, but it's volunteering to do that job. The same is true for this reading program. We have staff that want to get in school. They want to work with students. We presently have students in our schools with YMCA, with Campfire. We have programs in our schools now operating by outside agencies with students. The after-school reading program is offered as to teachers as an extension to their contracts if they would like to do this at their school. It is geared towards providing equity in reading. And Diane Orr, our elementary senior director on reading, actually senior director for English language arts, but she focused this on elementary. I'll turn it over to her.
Good evening, and thank you through the president to the members of the board. This is an overview of our after-school reading program. And so the purpose is to offer equity through a targeted reading intervention to students performing below grade level in first and second grade, with the goal to improve their reading skills and assist students in getting back on track and reaching their grade level proficiency. We'll also demonstrate evidence of best practices for safely educating students in a small group in-person setting, along with providing some frameworks and lessons learned when bringing back students to school in the brick and mortar buildings. Our objectives for this program is to implement an evidence-based after-school program in person and face-to-face, providing that intensive instruction, setting for the minimum of 6 to 8 weeks, and we're going to do it 4 days a week. We're going to provide a safe learning environment for both students and staff. We've developed practice guidance and process templates, and we'll also have a budget expectations for as we expand this program when students come back to school. And we'll begin this program on September 28th, this next Monday. The schools that have been selected for this program are Aurora, Chester Valley, Creekside, Muldoon, Spring Hill, and Willow Crest. There'll be groups of 8 students with up to 32 students per school. The students were identified through the current iReady data and last year's FastBridge growth data. So we really targeted tier 2 level of intervention, those students that needed tier 2 levels of support, along with aligning with that core curriculum. It'll be a 45-minute targeted reading lesson and a 45-minute enrichment lesson. And so the program will run from 3:30 to 5:15. Those schools that have 21st Century will be partnering with them. And so they'll be on one program together. And then also on staff will be other teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and a nurse. We'll also be progress monitoring and then communicating with parents this progress that students are making through the program. So what has been completed so far is staff has been hired, students have been identified, and schools are reaching out to communicate the program with those families. The teachers have been trained. We finished the training with teachers last Saturday. Busing plans have been outlined. Schools have the materials needed for the interventions, and the progress monitoring plan and reporting plan has been completed. So this next week, as we look forward to that start date, we'll be checking in and making sure that the schools have the proper PPE on site, that the school safety plans have been completed and will be vetted through operations, that parents have confirmed their students will participate. We have a scheduled Q course, so those students will be assigned to those teachers in that scheduled Q course. We'll be finalizing the busing just as soon as we got confirmation of student participation. And then through this process, we'll be capturing lessons learned and best practice recommendations moving forward with bringing students back to school. And that concludes the reading program.
All right, thank you. And we can, again, follow up with questions. Diane will be here for our meeting. I would like to touch on just some of the staff movements that will occur, as well as just some of the course loads and course corrections and programs to share a little bit of history. So class sizes, as we did a global study, more of our higher affluent communities that have schools in them have more students online. So consequently, or in virtual, their class sizes are much smaller. And in other neighborhoods where parents having chosen to, if school can be in school, I would like them to go to school, have higher numbers in lower socioeconomic areas. And we have a program that we shared with principals today on utilizing our, of course, contracted language to move staff from their current assignments and reassigning them in their schools to lower class sizes, as well as having some teachers move schools. So this is going to be uncomfortable. I'm sure that the board will receive feedback. I'll receive feedback. We are going to do this in a fair manner. Our first thing is to take volunteers that would like to go to a certain grade level or a school to really meet those needs of people who volunteer. But of the 5 schools with the biggest needs, they are all Title I schools. And Title I schools in our community, as you know, they are given additional supports, and they are over 70 to 75% students receiving free or reduced lunch. And presently, those class sizes for, if we want to talk about where is our community in this, those class sizes are upwards of 29 kids on average for the entire school. And given that our kindergarten is 20 and first grade 21, 22 class sizes, you can imagine that upper grades are even greater. So if you took the whole school, the PTR is way too high. As you heard this evening, we'll continue to hear feedback. The goal in all of our schools is to have around that 20 mark, and understanding the cohort model and the hybrid model. We will continue to operate in cohorts, and the cohorts we're trying to get as small as possible. So the cohort model stands. We did not go into the split cohort model, taking our general classroom of 30 and divide it into 2 with 15 or 12 to 15. Reason being is the present understanding and research by the epidemiologists that generally what they have seen, it actually creates a greater interaction of students outside of school. So the idea to keep staff and students safe is a structured time to be counted on in a routine. When we switch students, then on those days that they're not in, they are generally placed with multiple places. What they found after studying some schools that had done this, and parents of how did you work it out with your students on the other days? And it actually showed a greater community interaction. And the understanding that the goal of this is to narrow community actions, in addition to the feedback we received just about the structure of it and the chaos that it might create, utilizing that best knowledge from other school districts who have started. That's why we went to under 20. So the goal, we're going to have to move 15 people out of their present assignments to really make those schools whole. We have over 20 schools, again, in higher socioeconomic areas that have 15 to 18 kids with other supports. The majority are right around 20, 21. And so we're working to mitigate that. We have specials as well as virtual teachers that if we can combine some classes that we may be able to make it the least amount of transition within a school, but that is going to occur. It's starting to occur, and it's going to move up again in being uncomfortable because we just like what we like. But again, in staffing for a school district, teachers follow students, administrators follow students. Where students go is where your staffing ratios go. That's why they're established. And we need to do a better job at especially providing the equity needed. And so if we want to ask, I've been asked why things are just fine the way they are. I don't believe our entire community believes things are just fine the way they are. And when we look at the numbers, we have some work to do. And so that's one of the changes that's going to happen. And that's primarily at the elementary level. Now, the course loads and programs are going to be addressed because of the feedback from students in regard to the time that it takes to do those courses. We do have 2 different systems, ASD virtual, that was designed to be flexible, but became not as flexible as we would have liked due to the assignment of staffing. And the original thought was teachers would be ASD virtual or they would be in their schools. At the elementary level, that's exactly what happened. I might still have at my office at, I'll say Fairview, because that's my regular school, but I'm doing ASD virtual, maybe kids from my own school as well as others. At the high school level, because of the mass amount of work to do master schedules, we really adjusted that and worked with kind of making things okay, and a teacher taking a virtual class as well as 2 blended classes, where the blended classes are on Zoom at a certain time of the day. It is a nightmare for teachers, and as you heard, it's highly discouraging for students. After starting it, we had teachers leave and decide that I just don't want to do that. That was the case in the highest level math course that was mentioned, the calc. Then we were able to rehire. There's been some questions about, are you rehiring outside of ASD? Well, when a student needed a course and we didn't have an ASD teacher to meet that student's needs, we did hire teachers just to teach a certain course to be able to meet student needs. A larger issue also is about the program itself. Much of the program on virtual is designed for a semester. with the feedback from last year, we understood that students and parents said 6 courses are too much. So we went to a quarter model. Teachers in blended classes using Canvas have more flexibility because they're designing the coursework to change it. On the other hand, because these courses are tied to what a young lady mentioned this evening about, college and NCAA and standards, it's very difficult to alter those courses. So we are presently working out a rolling enrollment so that students can have more time. We don't have all the details worked out. Kirsten Johnson and her team are really solving these new problems they came up. And again, the interest was to help and to see how we could do it, to allow kids to transfer back in from virtual to the course. So we kept them together. But we're finding that these 2 programs have 2 different pedagogy models, and the teachers that have to teach both are teaching in the morning and teaching to midnight at night, just keeping up with their students. So we're meeting the needs and reassigning that. I had 2 principals share with me within the last week. The teacher should not do both unless they really, really want to, and their eyes are wide open about that. So in regard to those programs, that's some of the changes that we're making at quarter to really support the students and their needs. And especially in AP courses and other courses that are driven by virtual assessments. And those programs, again, are NCAA approved for students. They're College Board approved. So the AP courses that are on the virtual are approved by the College Board, and to change them is very difficult. So we have to work with the students, as was mentioned this evening. And it is underway and able to communicate. We heard about Canvas, and we heard about that before, but please note Canvas was selected by a very diverse group of educators, and Jenny Knutson, Dr. Knutson ran that with her team in teaching and learning, her senior directors, as well as many, many teachers, selected by, I think, both the union and Jenny's team. They selected Canvas as the platform. Another piece of feedback was that we have to go to one. When parents and students had to go to multiple different platforms, they were stressed because, and again, I share it as, if you, order from Cabela's and you had to enter a new platform every time you wanted to order a different type of, whether I want hunting or camping, and I have to exit and then go into a different and learn a whole new platform. It just didn't make sense to be an ASD class. So educators came together, and this even happened in May. We announced it to teachers before the end of the year. Canvas was the selection made. I can have Dr. Knutson follow up with the board as well as others on the tenets of that selection, but it actually doesn't cost us anything. The state of Alaska has paid for all school districts that want to use the form per student. DEED is actually paying for it. And in fact, one of our teachers who's an expert Canvas user, Lee Butterfield, is actually DEED's spokesperson and lead trainer for all teachers around the state. So he's done well by that. And I wanted to put that plug in about the whys, about where we are. So fixing class loads, changing course loads for teachers that are burdened with virtual and in school is going to be done, as well as the programs are going to be adjusted, and thinking about problem solving around quarter systems when curriculums were made for semesters. And those are the working groups going on, and we'll be rolling out this next week some ideas, vetting them with the different user groups, and then coming back with a recommendation of how to support both our students and educators as we move forward in teaching, whether it's, at home blended, whether it might be in school, no matter what, we need to fix these, no matter where we're teaching in ASD. And so those are on the docket now in groups. And it's learned information from starting new and adjusting and adapting to the needs of ASD students and staff. The next item is just wanted to share this. The Minority Leadership Program started last night, and I just have some tips, and it was exciting. Several leaders from ASD presented, from our principals, Cecily Williams, Marcus Wilson, Arthur Sosa, Glenn Nielsen, myself, Tarlisha. You can go to the next slide. I've just been naming names to those are the ones that I just know, really in sharing their leadership roles and what were the change agents in their lives. And wanted to share that this program is in line with the National Education Association's Minority and Women's Training. And it is part of the district's leadership development portfolio for our employees. It is a key program in the beginning stages of our equity plan under staff and hiring. The inaugural class had 16 participants, and it really truly just builds the capacity, drives results, and is designed to break down the barriers. The Minority Leadership Program is really, we want to create a pool of applicants and staff recruitment, retention, and promotion efforts. And it's a clear effort to promote equity in staffing and hiring. And so it is a start. It's the pilot class. We are happy to get it started, and it was a delight to be online last night with our employees who are a part of that program. And finally, I believe the last item, promise, it's going to be the last item. Jim Anderson has just a finance update. Madam Chair of our Finance Committee just shares a couple of the highlights, and certainly any kind of additional support from the finance, if you could add. He's just going to share a couple of slides. Jim, our Chief Financial Officer, Jim Anderson.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop. Next slide, please. Real quick enrollment and funding update. We spent a significant amount of time at the Finance Committee today. And the first update was enrollment. We still are hanging about 3,500 less students enrolled than what we projected in our FY21 budget. We're also still about 170 short of the intensive needs students that we had projected, but those testings, as they do every year, continue, and those numbers will naturally increase. In the middle portion of the slide, I put the exit records process. Those are the ones where other school districts or other programs have requested student records. Really just wanted to point out that by and large, the largest majority of the students who left the district went to one of the statewide correspondence programs. So at the bottom, as you look at the funding impacts, and this is a rolling changing number, the actual full-time equivalent student membership data will take place across the state from 28 September to 23 October, and we call that the OASIS count. So those numbers will be solidified during that time frame. So the funding impact for our state and local revenue is about $15 million less than what we expected. We're very fortunate that a significant number of students moved from some of the brick and mortar schools to one of our 3 homeschool correspondence schools. But now we're still going to have to cover the funding required because they picked up a lot more students as well. So we have the shortfall. We're working a plan now to move $10 million from other budgeted positions to those programs to keep them moving throughout the year. Finally, there is a transportation revenue. It is a specific dollar amount per student. And because we have less students, there will be a $2 million shortfall in that arena. We do know that both state and local revenue will very likely decrease, but the taxes have already been sent out within municipality. So we believe that the authority will likely be there to be able to recoup the transportation shortfall. Next slide. So this slide gives a picture from top to bottom of the state's foundation formula, which is how we get our state and local funding. So if you look at across the top, you'll see that there's 6 steps to the state foundation formula. The first step is the school size adjustment. And right below that, you'll see a number of 44,041 with a red line and arrow moving it up to 49,275. So the 44,041 is the average daily membership that we projected the OASIS count would come up with at the end. And then on all of those steps, with the exception of step 2, where we are the one within the state, so medium doesn't change, you'll see that it slowly grows, step 1, 3, 4, 5 for the intensive needs. And then finally at the end, you'll see 75,279. That was our projected adjusted average daily membership. The state takes that number, multiplies it times 5,930, and that sets the baseline within their formula for revenue for the district. If you look at the gray line, which is just below that, you'll see that at this point in time, we're looking at an average daily membership of 39,995. If nothing were to change from today through 23 October. Naturally, there'll be many changes, so these numbers will continue to be updated. As it moves to the right, you'll see that our projected average daily membership is now about 2,000 less than what we had projected. The red line is just the difference. So if you look in the bottom left, you'll see the FY21 budgeted revenue was just over 543,000. And if today's numbers hold true, we're looking at about a $15 million deficit over what was budgeted. So there are a number of factors at play that certainly could and might very well change this significantly. One is the unknown timing and the amount of the next stimulus bill by the federal government. We know it's been bounced back and forth between the House and Senate, but currently there's no coordinated bill moving through. At some point that might happen and get passed, and that would certainly change our addition of what our deficit would be. Some other things that we don't know yet is we don't know how many students will come back to the district between now and the end of the school year. So we'll be watching that closely as we potentially reopen schools if all of the factors allow us to do that. A couple other things we don't know is PPE usage rates. That can be very expensive, and we've held back money to make sure that we're able to sanitize, keep kids safe, and keep the district moving forward. So barring any questions, I will turn this back over to Dr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. And I do want to share that I know that this was lengthy for my report. I especially want to share with Member Donnelly that I'm sorry that I went so long. I know but the information for your decision making, I wanted to present that with so much new information and so little time. I felt it necessary to just provide the different detail as to what's coming up so that the board has the information because you're in the community every day to be able to respond to folks. Thank you. That concludes my report, Madam President.
Thank you. I know that I had a few questions on the reading program and one on the staff movement. And if other board members have questions, if they can use their blue hand in the queue or in the Zoom panel. And then after this, we will go ahead and take a comfort break, but we'll get through our questions to wrap up the superintendent report. On the slide for the reading program, I just had a couple of quick questions on that one. I'm making the assumption that it is a voluntary program, but whether there a wait list or a higher need or demand for it. And then I saw, I think it's on maybe the next slide, maybe one more slide, the remaining to be done. There we go. The scheduled Q course in assigned teacher students, was that in addition to their current ELA stuff that they're doing, or is that in lieu of what they're doing. And I'll go ahead and pause there because that's one topic.
Sure. I do know those answers, but I would like to highlight the work of Diane Orr in sharing it. So Diane, you're up. She's informed me well, so but you go ahead, Di.
Madam President, the first question was, can you restate the question?
Volunteer. How are the students selected? Volunteers, wait lists, stuff like that.
So principals are working through, there is a list, and there are lots of students that have been identified. So the principals are working through those lists and contacting families and building those lists, but it will be ongoing. And as we continue this process and as we are successful with it, we will be expanding it to other schools. And then your second question was?
On the Q course, if that's in addition to their current ELA programming or if it's in lieu of?
It's in addition to, so this is supplemental extra, what we'll be providing in an after school tutorial situation. So it really helps us just also be able to do other things that the teacher can get in and put things like attendance and things like that for them.
And one of the things just for the board to know, when we talked about a tier, you might have picked it up when she said tier 2. And so tier 2 instruction is, tier 1 is the core program. Tier 2, we like to say it's core and more. So we're additive. We don't pull students from the core so that they miss their regular instruction and then don't get it. We're actually double dipping them, we say, to really give them the time necessary, because time is an element to spend on a task for kids. So we're adding supports to them, but continuing to give them the core instruction as more. Core and more is tier 2.
Thank you. And I'll save my next question until we get through a couple of the others. The next one up that I have in the queue is Member Holloman.
Thank you. I had a couple of questions. One just has to do with, it's a combination of distancing and number of kids in the room, but we're reporting real high roll numbers. I realize staff will be balanced, but how, if you have a room where you can't distance 3 feet, and you have a limited number of rooms, a limited number of staff in the building, what's the solution to that?
That's a great question through the president to Member Holloman. We continue to troubleshoot those, and as we find those and address them, we'll get you the answer. So we're in the middle of assessing all of the spaces and the work. We may mostly be moving folks around if that's the case, but utilizing all spaces such as gyms, libraries, things like that to spread out. But if there comes down to there isn't another solution, we're going to problem solve to plan B. What would that look like? Is there space nearby? Is there a church nearby? We have a program now at a school that's starting up, creating pods in their school as well as the neighborhood church to spread students out and utilize. So just thinking through and problem solving to work through those issues. They're in process.
And say as a follow-up, a normal problem we had in the past, there are days when subs don't show up, so you're short a staff member, you don't have a replacement. The normal response is to put those kids into other rooms, which seems to mess up our cohort system as well as overcrowd. I mean, and in this case, I'm not thinking about a master plan where you're looking at things very generally, but just Wednesday when a sub job is not filled and the kids are there, but you're short a staff member. Do we have a plan for how we're going to handle that?
We are working on that plan. Absolutely. It has many different facets of staff to pull from and creating bigger pools of people, but putting students together in one room, as you suggested, is not one of those options.
Okay. And one that goes kind of further back, that deals with air handling and the idea that we do change the air in the room 3 times in an hour. But I'm pretty sure that air doesn't go outside and gets replaced by outside of air. I think we're just moving air from room to room to a degree. I understand it's cycling through the room 3 times an hour, but we're not actually cycling the whole building 3 times an hour. I'm guessing, especially in some of our older buildings.
That's a great question. I'm going to turn that one over. That one's more detailed than I have. Thank you, Member Holloman.
So through the president to Member Holloman, I'm going to ask Mr. Tom Fenisef, who was present, our Senior Director for Capital Planning and Construction, to talk to that question. Sure. I'll just grab one of these mics, Tom, probably fine.
Tom Fenisef, Senior Director, Capital Planning Construction. Through the President, it is actually a bit more complicated than that. There's air changes per hour and air exchanges per hour. It talks about the amount of air that's being changed from outside, and then also the total. When you're typically talking about air changes per hour, that incorporates both indoor and exterior air that you're changing throughout the building. In ASD, it's a little bit more complex because we have multiple zones, and it's also demand controlled. So it varies throughout the building, but overall, we're getting a minimum exchange rate, and that's total air 3 times per hour.
That's total air in the building 3 times an hour?
That's air change rate is a combination of air in the building and air from the outside.
So it is a case that a lot of air is moving from one place in the building to another place in the building. And of course, you also do have air that's being exhausted and fresh air that's coming in too. Would that be accurate?
Yes, it's a combination of outside air and inside air.
Okay.
For air change per hour. If you're talking air exchange per hour, that's only outside air. Mm-hmm. And that's a different figure.
Okay.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Member Bellamy.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually have a comment. But before I make the comment, I do want to thank Dr. Bishop for her vision and her commitment to equity and to making some tough decisions regarding how we be more inclusive, how we create opportunities. So back in February, I had a conversation with Dr. Bishop regarding the use of the term minority to describe various groups within the district and within our community. I also had similar conversations with the mayor and with the ombudsman. And so I would be remiss if I did not share a different perspective with the board as well as with our community. The term is a term that is very offensive to me personally. I get that in the 70s, it was the way that we referred to those who were other than white. Probably in 2003, our district, this district, decided to move away from the use of the term minority because it meant less than, and it did not create the equity that was required and deserved by everybody in the community. So to use that term to refer to a group of very qualified, very excited individuals to me, it just does not support our goal of equity. It creates what feels to be less than. We're doing this thing for a good reason, but our words matter. What we call each other, how we refer to each other, it matters. Whether we are talking about our kids, so I may be Black, and I am. I may be poor. I may be underrepresented. I may be a whole lot of things, but I am no way less than. I do not consider anyone in this room or in this city less just because of the color of your skin. So our equity efforts have got to be, we've got to be more sensitive. We've got to be more culturally responsive, even when we're trying to do a good thing. So I am going to again ask the superintendent and her committee to go back and come up with yes, I'm glad there's 16 people in there, but that's their only opportunity. You think they're going to say no? If I had the aspiration to be an administrator or to get a different job in this district, I'd be in that program too. Would I like it? No. So I think we just need to, and really, this is really visceral for me. But I understand I'm not the one to run the program. But I have a insight that I really don't think anybody else in this room has, not at this moment. So thank you.
Thank you for that heartfelt response. And I do want you to know that I did take your wish back to the committee and shared that. And so I would like our Senior Director of Equity and Compliance asked to speak on this, Sonia Hunt.
Good evening to the president, to members of the board. Thank you so much, Dr. Bishop. So when the Minority Leadership Program was being developed, the first thought was to, after the vision and mission of the program, Rich really sought to use it as a retention and promotion tool for persons of color. The initial naming was to name it after an equity champion. Could have been past, present. The members of the committee felt like we should wait a year to really, before we even thought about naming it after a particular person. The next option was to name it Ahana or Alana, which is an acronym used to describe people of color, which is popular typically in like even West Coast and Northeast Coast. Often universities will call their efforts Ahana or Alana. No one was familiar with that term, so we decided to really introduce a new program and a new concept. The third thing was that when I looked at just alignment with programs that were already occurring within the public education space, the term minority was used over and over again. So let me say, as a Black woman, I'm very mindful of using terms that may not be politically correct or friendly to different sections or different populations of people. There was even some thought about naming it BIPOC, and there's a lot of scholarly research on persons of color not being okay with the terms BIPOC. Some people are not actually even okay. There's a lot of scholarly work on some people not being okay with the term people of color because they believe that it's a reversal of colored people. And so this was a way to target persons of color, and I apologize if even that term offends anyone, to target persons of color to be able to create a program where we created a pool of applicants to be able to retain our staff of color. As a matter of fact, one of the participants said, I thought about leaving Alaska until I saw this program. And so the goal, the focus is really to focus on the overall mission and vision of the program, which is to create a pool of applicants for promotion. While it does not guarantee a job, it certainly is targeted to uplift staff, AEM members, staff of color who are interested in going into leadership. I will say that the kickoff last night was awesome. I received tons of emails today thanking us for developing the program. And so while I realize that a name is very important, I just want to clarify just how we came up with the current name.
May I, Madam Chair?
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you, Ms. Hunt. I appreciate that background. And I know that it's a struggle to this work is never going to be easy. But again, if our goal, you know, we have created an opportunity to increase our diversity. Why not just call it the diversity program, the diversity leadership program? Then it's for people of color. It's also for women. It's also for the people who are handicapped or disabled. It's for people who are maybe deaf. So I guess my next question is, what is the criteria for people to be in the program?
Madam President, we could get a report in the Board Connect or Madam Vice President for you to get those details.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. Next up in the queue, I have Member Marset.
Sorry, I got caught up on things listening to the conversation. And some of this, I don't know if it's appropriate to say it during this time or when we have our update. But I've made some notes here. One of them is, I think part of the reason, and it's not that we're not working on these things, it's not that things come up that we don't know how to answer because we have to research it. I mean, I asked the question about, well, what happens during Christmas break when people take 2 weeks off? What are we going to do to address that? There are so many things we have to address and so many things that come up new that it does take time to research it. But I don't know I don't even know how to say this really, but every time I hear that we are working on that, I think I understand, and I think, you know, that we are working on it and that we don't have all the answers. But sometimes I think that tells our community that, well, we're working on that, but we don't have the answers, but we have this plan. And so I think there's some confusion there. And it's not that we're not working on it. I mean, we're certainly every day there's a new question that comes up. But I was just listening tonight to that, and I was thinking, you know, that probably we understand, but I don't know that the community necessarily understands when we say we're working on that. I mean, we are working on it, but I just think it doesn't embody a sense of confidence. And not to be critical.
Oh, no. You know, through the chair to Member Marset, you're absolutely right. And I've gone back and forth because the way that, so the criticisms, so there's ideas and best practices, but the criticism is you didn't involve the people.
Right.
So then it takes more time to create these committees, and then you share with the committees, and then you vet and you get it, and then you come to an agreement, and then you share publicly.
Right.
So that's one way to do it, but that slows it down. So in the meantime, and that's the way we've been doing it, because it really is important for us to not have all the answers and to say, I've watched the mayor, and he's, you know, when they ask about, well, what are the new whatever, he just says that will be released on Friday. And so I guess I could say like other ways, but truly there's best practices and research and knowledge on it because we understand about those issues and we have administrative input from scholarly review and experience, but without the needed processes of the engagement. The flip side of that is we were never asked how, we weren't involved, nobody told us, I just found out.
Right.
And so myself, I'm trying to balance how much do you share, because once you share a little iota, it's on social media as they said this, and you mentioned one at the very beginning, you know, so that's true. Any advice that you have that might work better? I have watched that and I noticed just different things. When asked about, you know, this, they said they will release that on Friday, or they will release this. And so I thought, you know, maybe we say all of this will be released by October 5th, or all of this. And Jenny Knutson had that, Dr. Knutson, in a report. But I struggle with that balance of inclusiveness and proper vetting to the ability to, you know, have it be transparent and open and then misunderstood.
Well, maybe if we just say, you know, we have a process for releasing this information, and right now we're going through our processes.
I will start to do that. So thank you. That's true, because I get it, but when you say we're working on that, it doesn't give the sense of like, well, of course we are. Yeah. It's more of an evasive question. So we'll do that, and at the proper vetting. And interestingly enough, when I shared with the medical people, and I said, oh, we do have that and it's getting vetted right now. And they said, oh yeah, make sure you get it. You know, I mean, so they kind of understood the same, the process too, but I'll work on being more clear on that, because that is, that's a tricky one.
It is. It is. And I don't know, I just heard that tonight and thought, but not to criticize. I hope you know that. The other thing I wanted to mention is, I've met with, I've heard from several parents that with the programs that their kids, and I'll just give you one example. So one child took a test and the answer was 60. Well, the correct answer was 60 feet, and he put 60 feet, but it was marked wrong because he put feet, and the system only takes the number. So when the teacher was approached, the answer was to retake the test. And so I'm just hoping that we're being more flexible, because all of these systems and programs we're not used to using them. And so I just, and that's not the only one, that's just a good example of what I've heard. So I really hope that we are working with others. And then if we could go back to that slide where it talks about the hospital rooms and that sort of thing.
Jen Petronis, we're going to go back to some of your slides, so you might have a question.
Thank you for bringing this up, because the first time I saw this, and that's what I was scrambling over here looking for my notes, these numbers have actually changed since the first time I saw it. So we are being very transparent in showing that when this changes, we are showing people it's changing, and that this does help us in leading us to our decision to open schools or whatever. But I think this is very good. I hope people understand it. But I just wanted to say, yes, the numbers were actually lower. You saw lowest risk and on a lot of these, and you didn't see quite as many moderates, but that's us being transparent. That's us saying that we're going to give you the information we get, and we're not hiding anything. We're not doing this randomly. This isn't political. This is all about doing what's best for our kids. And the rate we're going now, I mean, I'm here tonight because I feel safe. That's everyone's choice. But I have a grandson that is going to be starting 7th grade. And at this point, I have some more questions, but I'm feeling very confident about him going back to school. That is not all parents. I understand that. And so I'm hoping, one of the things I didn't hear about, and I hope we'll hear about in the update, is what are our options for teachers and what are our options for students? Because I haven't been clear on that. Okay, I've got more, but I'll save it.
I did want to share to your point, this graph and all the data are updated, and it's on the front webpage, a blue thing that says COVID indicators. So we want everyone on the very front of the webpage, right under ASD in school, it's right there. So thank you. And they have changed. And we will speak at the next about the options for teachers, and I'll request assistance from Matt Chieford and others. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Member Mitchell.
Thank you so much for the update. Just like everybody else, I have many questions. I'm just going to start by saying that I am a little nervous about this whole thing. My one daughter's college canceled in-person school for the entire year, and she decided to take the year off. My middle daughter, who's a senior in college, went back. They went back not virtual. They went back to in college, and yesterday they announced they are going to complete virtual. It makes me nervous as we approach winter and flu season, and as across the country we see cases increasing, that it just makes me a little nervous. So I know, Dr. Bishop, I appreciate the fact that you're looking at more parameters than just the one parameter we had been using, although that was, what we had discussed as a board. I guess I have several questions around that particular issue. One is I can't remember if it was the World Health Organization or the CDC talked about the parameters that you meet in addition to just looking at the cases. And two in particular that I'm concerned about with our students is the adequate wearing of masks and the proper mask usage and the social distancing. I'm concerned about our ability to do that in the classroom, particularly with young kids. I mean, if we were to go based on that rubric, it might make sense to bring the oldest kids back because they understand it more. So I'm concerned about that in the classroom, and I'm also particularly concerned about that on the buses. I'm curious how we're going to deal with that because, a bus driver can't drive the bus safely and monitor proper social distancing and mask usage on the bus. The other thing that I am a little bit concerned about, Dr. Bishop, you've been pretty clear, although I think people didn't maybe see those caveats in the letter, that October 19th is not set in stone, that we are going to evaluate as we get closer how things are looking. I have seen letters that elementary principals have sent to their building saying, we will start on October 19th. So I think that that messaging isn't necessarily being heard by everybody, including some of our principals. So that makes me a little bit concerned as well. So I guess, I have many questions. Just to follow up on Andy's question, Member Holloman's question about the ventilation, I'm also curious how many schools do meet that standard. I know that we've heard from different teachers that some of the schools are pretty sealed up because they're high efficiency or they meet those standards for I can't think of the term I'm trying to find. And then I guess, I could just go on forever. There are a lot of issues, obviously. So I'll stop there for now, and then I'll get back in the queue.
Thank you, Dr. Bishop.
I would just like to share that to practice what we have, many of those items that you brought up in processes and protocols that are being vetted now, and we will have a release of that and questions. So I'd encourage you to send your questions, and I would those that we have answered will get right away to you. I think there was about 4 or 5, and we're happy to do that. Those that can be answered quickly during our next session in the non-action can be answered, and I would share that. College students, 18 to 25, are the massive spreaders right now. And the data on college, I would be concerned. I would not probably recommend college being back if we were a college, due to the science and the data. However, following the research on the 10 and under, I'm confident in sharing about the masks. I'm confident they can be taught, just similar to other new things that we do with children that they learn. I don't think we give them enough credit. I think it's going to be a lot of work to that point, but it is going to be a new skill. And we hope that our parents are working with us to their end to encourage that as well. In our community, it does happen where there's refusal of masks. So I do understand that there's going to be some issues like you mentioned. Member Mitchell, that was a good point. But the air exchange and different things like that, we'll go ahead and those technical things, get those written up and published. Thank you.
Madam President, can I make a suggestion? I know we have a lot of hands in the queue. Personally, I need to take a comfort break. I also wanted to recommend that we have a special session to discuss our questions, because I have many questions. I know board members have many questions. We still have testimony tonight. I really would like to have a special session to discuss this. It's too important not to do it. And I know that staff tried to help us by doing it 2 at a time or whatever, but that doesn't give us the opportunity to hear every other board member's questions. So that's just a recommendation. But if we could break, I'd really appreciate it.
I did have that request from another board member as well. So let's go ahead and take we'll do 6.5 minutes. So at 9:30, we're going to turn it right back on for folks so that we can all stretch, do what we need to do, 9:30, and we'll be right back.
We were thinking the same thing.
Circumstances as they exist right now, but the concern there is what options teachers may have already accessed. Yeah, and with Matt's input, because then we're going to I don't want to say this was a choice because when that time has passed, we need him to keep us from saying something that they throw back at us.
Board members in the boardroom, are you coming back?
Somehow I don't think they could hear you, Elisa.
I don't think so. Katie, are they coming back?
Let me go let them know. Hold on.
All right, looks like I'm just waiting on two more. And down to one more.
Madam President, I'm here online.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah, we're all here, Elisa, except for Dr. Bishop.
Okay. Is she close by or continue?
We're checking.
Yep.
I had to sing happy birthday twice, washing my hands.
All right. Thank you, everybody. So I want to just take a quick pause in the conversation and do a quick polling of the board because we've got, 4 hands up in the queue. I've got another 14 people to do public testimony. And I know that we all have a lot of questions. And so I know that there is, a conversation tomorrow with staff. There are community conversations next week as well, the town halls and stuff like that. Is it the board's desire to keep going through the questions right now, which I'm fine to do? One option would be to keep going through the questions directly tied to the superintendent's update. We can move our public testimony up for those that have taken the time to call in and still be online with us tonight. And then continue down our agenda after that. Another option is to, get a thumbs up from everybody that they do wish to do like a special work session in the next couple of days or something like that to get some of these questions answered. I'm looking for the best use of our board's time, our public's time, and our administration's time. Member Holloman?
My biggest concern for some things I haven't brought up yet, I have a concern about moving from the plan that we've approved to the plan that's proposed. I'm okay with the idea of having a work session dedicated to this where we can really get into it in depth, provided we don't actually change what ASD plans to do until we've had that meeting and the board has voted to adopt a new plan.
Okay, so I hear what you're saying, and that you're in support of a work session. But to be clear, as of right now, it is not my understanding that the board would vote on the changing of this plan based on the resolution that we passed on August 18th. But if the board has a different interpretation, that, would lead into a different conversation.
I would weigh in that that we did vote to support a plan that was in place. And so I wouldn't expect the district to just implement a different plan without us at least rescinding that vote or having a vote of support for a new plan.
Okay, I would have to go back and look at the language of it, but I do believe it gave the administration the ability to flex as needed, with conversation with the board. Did not read that as it needing a second vote, however. But that is a good board discussion to have. In the interest of time, I'm looking for how to proceed through the rest of our agenda as it is to finish up with the superintendent update, and maybe modify the agenda to move our public testimony up and go forward. Sounds like a work session would be supported by the public at this point, or by the board. Member Mitchell, did you have a comment to weigh in on that, or was that hand still up for other stuff?
The hand was still up from previously, but okay. I do support letting people who are sitting, many people need to get their kids to bed, them to bed, be ready for the morning. Okay. I certainly think a robust board discussion of this is warranted. And so I can go either way. I'm happy to continue tonight or have a special session.
So currently on the agenda right now, the superintendent has given her update. And if there are specific questions related to the superintendent's update and the information that she gave us, I'd like to go ahead and wrap up that agenda item, as it currently is. Member Marset?
Well, I think if we open that up, then we just open it up to all questions because it just morphs into that. And it all has to do with the SMART plan. So my recommendation is we let people testify, finish with our agenda, and that we have a special board meeting next week and I'm saying 2 hours because I think it'll take that long, to really let the board members ask their questions and feel comfortable. At this point, I as other board members, I have a lot of questions. 4 hours?
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this time, I'm not hearing any other questions on the superintendent update directly and specifically. And so, Dr. Bishop, did you have any closing comments on your update that you wanted to add?
I'm turning on my Zoom stuff, my mic. I'm just so used to it. Madam President, no, I believe I've spoken enough and taken enough of your time. Thank you.
All right. Member Mitchell, you had your hand up.
Yeah, sorry. I still was up in the queue, so I couldn't raise it there. I did have one question related to it's kind of related to both, but Dr. Bishop alluded to the sports program and bringing that back, and that was voluntary, and that was an interesting way or a good way to start to see how these things happen. I'm just curious, have we had, since that began in August, have we had COVID cases spread through our sports, or have we had any COVID cases in our schools with the teachers and staff being back?
That's a great question. Through the board president to Member Mitchell, yes, we have had cases in our schools since being back, as well as reported on our sports teams. We have not had any reported spread. We do have teams in quarantine.
But no schools.
We have had individual teachers test positive, yes, without spread.
Okay, thank you. Next hand up in the queue, Member Marset.
Sorry, I didn't lower my hand. There we go.
Okay, thank you. Next up, Member Bellamy.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I just had a question regarding the staff movement. When will we know or have a sense of how that's going to be leveled or adjusted?
So through the president to member Bellamy, we are finalizing the review with our chief human resource officer, as well as the review with principals to notify them at the elementary level as well. Secondary is really on assignment, so that's not necessarily as big of an issue as the elementary, because some may be physically moving space as well as what they're teaching, which is very different because it's special to classrooms. So once we have that finished, I can certainly publish it as soon as in the Board Connect this Thursday, once those different provisions are done. Yep.
Thank you. And my last, can I ask one more? Just real quick. Outside of, with the ASD virtual, we brought in, do we know how many outside teachers we brought in to teach in that program? Meaning like non-ASD people that we hired?
That's a great question. And I know of, and I'll get clarity. It wasn't actually teachers, like whole teachers. They were individual courses. So similar to how iSchool works, if there were, I believe we have 8 kids in a calc class. So they were given a teacher just to keep them up to date on a certified teacher on that calc class. We have Mandarin Chinese and one other language. So right now it's a math class that we couldn't offer and 2 languages that we could not fulfill at the elementary level.
None at the high school?
I'll get clarity on, as of 2 weeks ago, the report, that's all there was. And depending on staff changes since then, but we'll put that report for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have member Holloman.
I was just going to touch back on one of the other changes, and that was using a 7-day average of cases in the community compared to the previous 7 days. And my biggest concern is it's a little bit nebulous. Obviously, if we have a big spike and then we come off of that spike, then that statistic starts to look pretty good. We have lower cases in the succeeding week compared to the previous week. But it doesn't actually tell you how bad things are in the community, just that they're on a downward trend. I do realize it's a secondary and a certain level of cases in the community is a primary. So that's helpful. But I'm concerned because the number of cases that we'll tolerate in the community, I think, is up dramatically from the previous metric. So there are 2 problems with it. One, it can be really bad out and that number begins to look good. It's not raining quite as hard as it was the week before, so you won't get quite as wet when you're walking around in the rain, perhaps. But the other part is that with the old metric, while it was imperfect, I think most people could watch the statistics and have a pretty good idea of which way we were headed. If we were headed back to being close to a situation where school would be called back into session, and we all understood that when that happened, that would be a few weeks off in the future. So a little bit like driving your car and being able to look right in front of you, but also being able to look way down the highway and have some feeling that you understand the terrain and where the ditches are at and what's going on around you. With the compounding of some of these other things, including the things like spacing that seem very nebulous and or distancing rather inside the school and how much it'll be clean. I think most people that are watching won't have that feeling that they can really see past the windshield very far. And it's just a matter of waiting and hearing someone give their interpretation and we're headed back. I think that's destabilizing to our community. I think it's destabilizing to our workforce. I don't support it as one of the metrics out there. And I just, the biggest thing I see is a change to a situation that a lot of people are looking at and saying, I don't understand everything about this anymore, in a world that was already pretty confusing and worrisome to begin with. So I'll say that I would hope that we would send a message that we are thinking about changing the parameters that we're looking at but we will wait until we've heard from the community completely, and we'll look at that, and the board will vote to make that happen on the recommendation of the superintendent. Date to be determined yet.
Thank you. And I really don't know the specifics of why, just because it's I didn't make those up. They actually came from the organization. Jen, would you mind, Jennifer Petronis, do you know the reasons or some of the impetus behind? I do that they, the state dashboard was very simple and then it became more complex, but with hospital beds and all that stuff. But I don't know if that's connected or just to the question. Thanks. Through the board president to Member Holloman. From what I understand from the CDC and also talking with state health officials, these 8 indicators that the CDC says that we should be watching are inclusive of not just specifically our schools and the risk of transmission, but also inclusive of our community and our hospital capabilities, which is something very important that we should be watching. Because, for example, what I heard earlier was that a lot of these numbers have changed since I first briefed them a few days ago, and they'll continue to change every day. The percentage of cases in 7 days compared to the last 7 days has changed the most drastically, from negative 22% to negative 3%, just based off of the spike that we had from the Labor Day celebrations. So this, in my opinion, is more inclusive of everything going on in our community as opposed to just watching one specific number.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up in the queue is Member Mitchell.
Thank you. And, I just want to follow up on what Member Bellamy and Member Holloman talked about. When parents made the decision whether to do ASD virtual, whether to pull their kids out of ASD and homeschool, or whether to stay with their classroom, they did it based on those metrics that we had originally. So I have heard from many parents in all different walks of life and at all different schools that for whatever reason, their kids are immunocompromised, they are just concerned, they have a person at risk in their home, that they don't feel comfortable sending their elementary child back on October 19th, if that does happen. So they're planning to, and they're wondering, what are my options? They don't want to do the ASD virtual. Their kid has a connection to that teacher and to that classroom. We've talked about that already and the difficulty. So I guess my comment or my question, and I know the district knows all of this stuff, but as they are looking to move teachers around, which it is unfortunate to be moving teachers around this late in the game, but it's an odd time. As teachers are moved around, I'm hoping that it's based on teachers having reached out to all of their families and saying, are you planning to come back on October 19th or not? Because if we base it just on the current enrollment, we may end up in a very different situation. And related to that is the question I've been getting from many people. I guess Winterberry is looking at a sort of a hybrid model where they are not going to have their teachers do virtual and in class at the same time, but they're going to provide the materials for the week and the parents can kind of work in parallel. So that's a separate topic, but somewhat related.
Thank you. And just to be clear, the teachers who have full classrooms of kids are not going to be asked because to move. It is the specialists are being reassigned. So their support staff that are literally just supporting classrooms for breaks and things like that. They're not, we have that same understanding of disruption after disruption. It doesn't mean that if we have to make a vast amount of change, but we're looking at unassigned teachers that don't have a grade level classroom assigned to them to make changes first for that very reason. And that process will be as Member Bellamy mentioned, had asked for, should be finalized to understand, vetted through all the systems that need to share it with Corey Ace will give his input and how he understands it according to the contract, and we'll have that done by Thursday because we need to get on this.
Thank you. And just to be clear, for those watching at home, the boardroom view, that was not Jennifer Petronas talking, that was Dr. Bishop talking. Thank you. All right, not seeing any other hands in the queue. We're gonna go ahead and wrap up the superintendent update. And up next on our agenda is our consent agenda. I would entertain a motion from anybody to move the public testimony that is remaining signed up ahead of the consent agenda, if they would.
I move to move the public testimony to this stage of the agenda.
I second.
Is there anybody in opposition to this? All right, seeing none, we are going to go ahead and do our remaining, I think it's 13 or so public testimony folks. The first one, and I just want to thank everybody for hanging on the line as long as they have, and I certainly hope that we still have everybody. I do see the first few names. Speaker number 21 is Amy Holonix. Amy, are you with us tonight? I do see you there on mute. Hoping you're still listening and can get off of mute. All right, I will circle back around and check in with her one more time. Next up in the queue would be speaker number 22, Ben Elbow. Ben, are you with us tonight? Ben?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you so much. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Ben Elbow. I'm a parent of 2 elementary school age children enrolled in the school district. I'm also a teacher with the district and have been an elementary school teacher for 19 years. I know a slippery slope when I see one. And just as importantly, I know the dangers of a slippery slope. Research tells us that we're safest when we're staying 6 feet apart. We've been preaching that for months. We've been living it for months. We know it to be true. But now we're supposed to accept that students, when 3 feet apart, are safe enough? But they're masked, you say. How many of our younger students are wearing their masks correctly? How often are they washing them? I looked in one of my school's 3rd grade classrooms yesterday. The teacher had her 20 student desks spaced 3 feet apart. They fit, barely. But the moment a student stands up to walk somewhere, they're immediately within spitting distance of a classmate. That layout only manages to keep kids 3 feet apart, forget 6 feet, if we magically drop the students down at their desks from the sky in the morning, and then if we magically teleport them outside when it's time to go home. Got a class of 20 students? Forget it. That's just the tip of the iceberg. The real danger, as I see it, is lunchtime. Despite the fact that it's contrary to the municipality's emergency order regarding indoor restaurant dining, we're saying it's safe to have 20 plus little kids eating 3 feet apart from each other, unmasked for 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, week after week. I doubt that any of you would feel comfortable doing that yourselves. I don't peddle in conspiracy theories. I trust scientific data and empirical evidence. I believe most of what I read in the New York Times and the Anchorage Daily News, which is why it's hard for me to have complete faith in the recent CDC guidelines regarding school reopening when we know some of those same guidelines have been co-opted by DC politics. If it is these guidelines upon which we're basing our new reopening plan, then I'm skeptical. If we make a mistake on this, 6 feet is best, 3 feet we'll have to do, but I'm a first grader who's going to give my friend a hug and accidentally cough and not wash my hands and, oh, I'll trade the rest of my cupcake for your quesadilla, even though my teacher said not to. If we're making a mistake on that slippery slope, students, staff members, community members will get sick. Some will probably develop serious lifelong medical conditions. Some may die. Will it be me? Will it be you? Will it be my mother-in-law who, God bless her, has gone above and beyond in her babysitting duties to try to help us out? I absolutely recognize the need to make sacrifices in order to bring kids back to schools. I will be the first to tell you that our current work from home, teach from home, learn from home arrangement is the pits. However, what I'm hearing is not a realistic, reasonable, and enforceable plan to keep kids safe. Just as our medical understanding of how the virus spreads and how to treat it has improved dramatically over the past 6 months, so too will our understanding of how to operate schools safely. Please commit to virtual learning for at least the first semester. Let's let our friends in the Valley and other places work out the kinks a little more. That'll give us time to come up with a plan that affords students the opportunity to return more safely. Finally, parents and teachers are desperate for the nuts and bolts specifics that you're still working out as we're talking about this evening. It is in those details that families and staff members will make their decisions as to whether or not they're comfortable to come back to school. I'd urge you to make that information public as soon as possible so that people can make an informed decision. And once you've shared that information, it's imperative to know what families are thinking and what they plan to do. That way you can make an accurate staffing decision rather than having to move staff twice. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I'd like to circle back up to speaker 21, Amy Holonix. And Amy, I believe it is *6, which will unmute you, and that you have to do that on your end. Amy? All right. We'll move on to speaker number 23, Susan Ritter. Susan, are you with us tonight?
Good evening.
Thank
How is everyone
you.
doing?
We're doing well. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Dr. Bishop, members of the school board, school administrators, members of the AEA, and those in the Anchorage community still listening to this testimony. My name is Susan Ritter. I have been teaching life skills for 14 years. I am currently a high school life skills teacher at Service High School. I miss my students very much, and I understand that the manner in which I am providing my students their education is not ideal at this moment in time. However, it is safe. And this is what my testimony is about tonight, safety. I am currently Zooming from my classroom with my 3 teacher assistants. And I once thought of my classroom as being a large space, but with social distancing in place, it has shrunk. My coworkers are careful about wearing face masks and maintaining appropriate social distancing. I now, however, have to imagine having 5 of my 10 students who are ambulatory students in the classroom. And in order to keep the classroom safe, I have to ask myself if these students are able to remain in their seats during the school day, wear their face masks all day long, and keep socially distant from one another. How do I do this? How do I keep my students safe? What happens if wearing a mask for 5.5 hours doesn't work? Will the student desks have plexiglass placed around them so that if the students get tired of wearing the mask, they can sit at their desks protected? Where do these students eat their lunch? In the classroom, in the cafeteria? How are related services provided to my students? A self-contained life skills program means that all learning takes place within the confines of my room. I have to determine how each student will be using their limited space in order to maintain appropriate distancing. How do I teach skills to students if I am recommended by the CDC that maintaining distance and wearing face masks keep the likelihood of contracting COVID-19 low? These are just a few of my questions to which I must formulate a plan. You heard me say that I have 10 students, but only 5 would be returning. The other 5 students have health issues that would compromise their lives if they return to school. I would like to know how these 5 other students will be supported in their education. What happens when a student or staff person is diagnosed with COVID-19? Is the classroom shut down? The entire school shut down? I was told by a wise person recently that I should have answers to my questions and concerns before I ask them, but I just don't know what to do or how to do this. So I'll leave you with one piece of news that I heard of just today. As you are aware, there was a confirmed case of COVID-19 of a player who participated in a recent volleyball competition at one of our schools. The form letter that was sent out to the family suggested that their students get tested. Tested? Ouch! That doesn't sound very safe. I'd be shocked to get that letter. So, in conclusion, I feel we need to stand together and state to our community that in order to lower the numbers of COVID cases, everyone has to wear a mask. This is not an us or a them. We need to do this so we can return to in-person teaching and learning so that we will all be successful with our students and we will all remain safe. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I want to give Amy one last shot here. Amy, if you can *6 to unmute yourself. Amy, I see you there, and I see you're still muted, so I'm hoping you can unmute yourself. We do want to hear from you. All right, I will circle back after I get through the rest of the list. So next up is going to be speaker Liza Sandin. Liza, are you with us tonight?
I'm here.
Thank you. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Liza Sandin. I have a 7th grader at Wendler and a 5th grader at Denali. She wrote to you last week. Professionally, I am an emergency management planner. While ASD has provided several sets of plans and details for school and school learning, many details are still lacking, or at least transparency is lacking. I have spent several hours on your website, and it is not as informative or transparent as Dr. Bishop alludes. When I typed up my notes, it ran over 6 minutes, so these are just the highlights, and I'll submit more comprehensive written comments. Transparency. ASD's social distancing standards were recently changed and yet remain impractical. ASD must explicitly, publicly, clearly state that they are revising the social distance standard down from 6 feet to 3 to 6 feet. However, that 3 feet remains impractical and not possible for so many classes. My daughter's class has 28 classmates. You simply cannot fit 28 kids 3 feet apart in the classroom. A line of 28 kids plus their teacher 3 feet apart is 90 feet long. That's a distance from home plate to first base. How are they going to go somewhere? How do they go out to recess with a line 90 feet long? Lunches. The masks are off for eating. So now we have over 24 children talking, chewing, spitting their children just 3 feet apart, unmasked for 20 to 30 minutes every day. While the COVID infection rates remain in the higher risk category, your materials say it's safe with masks and social distancing. But do you really think 30 minutes with no mask, 3 feet apart, meets that standard? Your claim to be able to implement 5 strategies is disingenuous. Please take the time, come up with detailed, achievable, and practical plans and procedures. Be creative, but do not put our lives at risk because of a date on a calendar. The proposed school reopening feels like ASD has just identified that cooking on a gas stove is risky, but rather than identifying how to make cooking safer, we're just deciding to eat our food raw, ignoring that some food cannot be eaten safely. Thank you. Have a good evening, and please make decisions wisely.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, speaker number 25, Sandy Thompson. Sandy, are you with us this evening?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We sure can. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, school board and Dr. Bishop. My name is Sandy Thompson Wallace, and I am proud to serve the employees of the Anchorage School District as president of Totem Association. I not only serve this association as its president, I am also a proud member of this group of dedicated employees and have been since September 1996. Totem represents approximately 1,300 employees. Their contributions of dedication, hard work, and a passion for our students, staff, and the community that we live in are evident each day. Whether they work in a school building or a department, whether we are working remotely or on site. Totem are the support staff of the district. However, I like to think of them as the fuel that makes this district work and helps move us all forward toward the mission of educating all students for life. We are clerical staff, tutors, and paraeducators. We support every facet of this organization. We are the caretakers, the fixers of copiers, computers, and boo-boos. We are the giver of hugs and the dryer of tears. We are the face of our district. We enroll students, order supplies, and keep this engine humming. Our employees love what they do and give of themselves above and beyond what their job description entails every day in this district. I included with my written testimony our request to the Anchorage School District in accordance with School Board Policy 4143, 4243, notification of our intent to negotiate a successor agreement to our current contract that expires June 30, 2021. Totem looks forward to working with the district to negotiate a fair and equitable contract for our employees. Thank you for your time and have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you very much. Next up in the queue, need help from those in the boardroom. We had one more speaker in person, Alyssa Wysierski. Is she with us tonight?
Yes, she's here.
Thank you very much for staying. Alyssa, you have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Alyssa Wysierski, and I'm currently a senior at Bartlett High School. As a senior during this pandemic, I knew that this year would not be without its own unique challenges on top of the usual stressors nearing graduation. What I did not know was that I would come into the first day of school being unable to access my AP Economics class through the ASD virtual program, and that I would not even know who was teaching it. I did not expect to spend the first 2 weeks of this year frantically contacting teachers, coordinators, and my counselor for guidance, only to be told that they knew just as much as I did. This resulted in me finally switching into AP Calculus BC, which was not completely ready until the beginning of September. And just a few hours ago, I was made aware that it will not be extended to make up for the lost time, even when only last Friday I was told differently. Now I am to complete a semester's worth of an AP course in under 6 weeks. This is just a brief summary of what the past month has looked like for me and other students that have been affected by the lack of consistency and poor communication regarding ASD virtual. Within that time frame, I've also been notified that another AP class in the virtual program is no longer available for me to take. Instability and chaos has definitely seemed to be the common theme revolving around the district. After listening to and reading the public testimonies from the previous board meeting, I know that teachers and principals have made their thoughts very clear. Now I am here still with a student's perspective. You have listed as the school board that one of your core values and beliefs is that, quote, every student deserves the opportunity to achieve his or her potential, and that, quote, you must close the achievement gap while moving all students forward. The way this year has started has led me to question that, as I feel that I've had to undergo enormous amounts of stress and worry in pursuit of furthering my education. It is not lost on me that it is a great privilege to even have classes running as they are, even in the midst of COVID-19. And I cannot even fathom the amount of work contributed by every single member of the district to make that a possibility, for which I really am truly grateful. But I'm asking for the leadership in the ASD to do better. How is it that counselors, teachers, and principals, the ones with the most direct contact to students, are kept in the dark and as a result unable to provide guidance? Why are they being left out of these major conversations? At Bartlett, I know with complete confidence that our counselors, our teachers, and our principals have championed students' voices since day one. And now I am asking you to listen to them, to the community, including your students. As we approach October 19th, November 16th, and January 4th, please hear us when we ask for effective communication and involvement in the process. With the new quarter soon beginning with the plans of re-entry over the next 3 months, please keep in mind the thousands of aspiring students in the district, and remember the values the school board claims as you move forward in making your decisions. Because as has been expressed here tonight, we refuse to fall behind, we refuse to be left behind, and we refuse to fall through the cracks. Thank you all so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next up is speaker number 27, Patty Hemry. Patty, are you with us this evening?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Good evening, school board. My name is Patty Hamry. I'm a first grade teacher at Campbell STEM, and I question what was presented tonight. and I do not feel safe or prepared for elementary school reopening. I would like to invite you to my classroom Zoom to observe 23 wiggling 6-year-old children who are now learning. The children I teach are now safe as they log in with headphones, listen, and are engaged in learning. The children and families are sharing, working hard, and are in earshot to help their young child navigate online. My concerns tonight is that your leadership is moving too fast to reopen. Wiggly 6-year-olds are not able to sit within a 3-foot social distance space within my classroom. For fact, it is impossible to put 20 social distancing spaces in any room in my building. In our 60-year-old building, the ventilation air change rate per hour is inadequate, and there is no HEPA filters in my room. I intend to wear a mask 100% of the time, but no human can make 23 hyper children wear masks all day when they're 6 years old. I love modeling phonics wearing a mask. I cannot model phonics wearing a mask, and I will not make a video without a mask when 23 6-year-olds have been occupying the same airspace. Dr. Bishop changed the proposed reentry model from half class to full class without discussion, community input, principal input, or teacher input, and tonight did not cite specifically the communities who tried this model. Your current proposal model is creating a high-risk COVID learning environment for elementary ed school children that compares to the meatpacking industries in Kansas, Colorado, and Oklahoma, and their model of COVID rapid escalation. Why are we not embracing half class sizes, maximum 10 to 12 children, or conservatively returning after New Year's with small children? You are premature in your decision to reopen elementary schools, as small children have zero impulse control. We teach them that as COVID carriers. After listening tonight, I think you have created your reentry model backwards. High school kids should go back to school mid-October because, yes, they are independent and can monitor themselves safely. And elementary kids should stay home and be safe. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Monica Turrentine, but I don't see her name listed. So I'm going to move on, and if she is there, if IT can let me know. Next up in the queue, speaker number 29, Ryan Thomas. Ryan, are you with us tonight?
I am. Can you hear me?
We sure can. Thank you. You've got 3 minutes, and the floor is yours.
Lovely. Hi, my name is Ryan Thomas. I'm usually an elementary art teacher. How will I feel safe? When I am safe. To return students to a physical classroom right now, the Anchorage School District is shaking its students and staff together like dice in a game of craps. The risk of spreading COVID-19 is high in the municipality, and I've seen limited proof from the district of being at all ready. As a student said recently, don't risk it for the biscuit. Don't play craps. Back in July, the municipality had a 14-day average of 54 and a 7-day average of 73. And Dr. Bishop wisely emailed us, our schools do not operate in a silo. With numbers indicating high risk in the community at the time, she claimed that if the numbers stay close to the decision-making points, the district would not waver. Enter online school as a mitigation strategy. I don't like it. Many parents don't like it. Students don't like it. A lot of teachers don't like it, including me. Bummer. Like soap in the mouth when I cussed as a kid. We're not going to like it, but at least it's clean. That's why I go along with the cohort model at the sacrifice of any art teaching right now. Recently, the COVID cases are still at high, between 35 and 71, with a 14-day rolling average of 29, which is still at high risk. As Dr. Bishop opens schools, Dr. Bishop wavers. Why? Why are you playing craps with us and the kids? You say science changes. Do you remember that video of a guy coughing and the droplets spreading 6 feet? Has that changed? During lunchtime without masks, has a human race suddenly stopped coughing 6 feet? Masks, Dr. Bishop. You have a lovely mask. You know that little blue one with the logo on it? Well, none of my coworkers.
Madam President, point of order. This testimony is inappropriate.
Well, but none of my colleagues have been given those masks. Is that inappropriate?
15 seconds.
The point of order is that public testimony may not be directed at an ASD personnel specifically by name or by identifying them with enough information to identify them.
I apologize. I wonder when we are getting face masks. I wonder about social distancing. I wonder when do I get sanitizer. I've not seen that at all yet. There are so many strategies that we need to put in place that we just don't have.
Testimony.
Yep, Ryan.
Thank you very much for your time. Have a wonderful night.
Next up in the queue that I have a matched phone number for is speaker number 31, Nathan Hall. Nathan, are you with us?
I am.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you. My name is Nathaniel Hall. My wife is a kindergarten teacher at Title I Fairview Elementary. Currently on the ASD website, it states, due to the ongoing COVID-19 outbreak, school board president strongly encourages members of the public who wish to offer testimony at school board meetings do so through email, telephone, or written correspondence. To protect staff, community members, and school board members, the ASD Education Center is closed to members of the public until further notice. It's become clear from developing events in the municipality and the state that in-person testimony presents too great a public health risk. The reason I read that is because ASD is having a premature thought process, and it reeks of cognitive dissonance. How can a public meeting be too dangerous for adults while my wife teaches 30 Title I kindergartners in a classroom that is too small to socially distance? One of these things is not like the other. It's not 21 kids, it's not 27, it's 30. And she gets 2 more this week, and she doesn't have a TA. Every year I hear empty promises that these ratios will be addressed, and every year she gets more kids, not less. So why should she or her parents believe you now? Also, Fairview being properly ventilated is certainly news to us. The bottom line is that case count numbers remain well above medium risk. Transmission rates remain well above the recommended threshold. How can a group of people who meet primarily remotely for their own personal health protection during a global pandemic decide that a 30-to-1 impoverished student-to-teacher ratio in cramped quarters is safe? You're making a potentially deadly mistake, so please give online teaching a chance for at least the rest of the semester. I voted for most of you because I believe that you would do the right thing. Please do not let us down. You're not ready. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up in the queue that I see is speaker number 33, Andrea Gardner. Andrea, are you with us tonight? I do see you. I see you on mute. You might have to hit *6 to unmute. All right, we will circle back around. Next up in the queue is going to be number 35, Ina Erickson. Ina, are you with us this evening?
Hello? Hello?
Hello, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Excellent. Good evening, board members. My name is Ina Erickson, and I'm a veteran teacher This will be my 28th year of teaching, and this is also the first year that I'm really concerned about returning to school in October. I'm wondering, what is your plan for people with severe health conditions or at high risk? As someone that survived cardiac arrest last spring, I'm also dealing with asthma. I'm really concerned about being back in the classroom during the current situation. I also live with my elderly mother, who is at high risk. I'm really worried about bringing COVID to her. A lot of my questions are also questions from our teachers in the building. We have several members with cancer survivors, going through chemo, etc. A lot of us are scared and terrified about going back to school this year without proper protection. Teaching two groups of 26 students, 52 students total, in a small, poorly ventilated space over an extended period of time is going to put my students and myself at risk. I won't be able to keep them 6 or even 3 feet apart every day for 5.5 hours. Imagine that for a second. Everyone sits and does not move. No group activities, no sharing materials, no breaks. How is it beneficial and or healthy for anyone? Please consider all of my worries, needs, conditions when making a decision for us to go back to school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I would like to circle back around to speaker Amy Holonik. Amy, are you with us this evening?
Hello. Hello.
There you are. Thank you so
Finally.
much for calling back in. You have
my
3
pleasure.
minutes. 3 minutes
Thank
and the
you.
floor is yours.
All right. Hi, I'm Amy Holinich. I've taught since 1990. I don't think ASD will have the safeguards in place to go face-to-face by October. I'm terrified of dying or having long-term side effects from COVID. To keep kids safe, I'm no longer an art teacher. I'm a generalist assigned to 3 4th grade classes, although now I've just heard tonight that this is probably going to change, so whatever. The cohort model is designed to keep kids in small groups that don't mix, but I will mix between classes. I will do lunch duty where kids are unmasked, and I am on call as the sub. I'm afraid to trust ASD. Years ago, I was using a paper cutter with no safety guard. I sliced off the tip of my finger. Bleeding, in pain, I ran to the nurse, and she bandaged me, and then the principal sent me back out to teach the rest of the day. I made it through, so no one missed their art. I drove home in shock. Days later, my finger infected, I saw the doctor. "Why weren't you sent to me immediately?" he said. "You should have been given medical attention right away." I'm afraid to trust. We are in a global pandemic. More than 200,000 people are dead. We may be going back without proper safeguards. When I found out that teachers could get virtual jobs, I was first on the list. When the survey came, I filled it out twice. I was devastated. I did not get one. I'm certified K-8. I've taught in the classroom, but I wasn't considered because I'm a specialist. I have to sub and do lunch duty. I feel ASD is rewriting the rules that we agreed to when we decided to teach this year. We accepted conditions for our safety that aren't being upheld. They said we will go back only if we average under 29 cases. Not true anymore. They said kids will be in small classes. Not mine. They said we will stay 6 feet apart. How? I measured our class. We can only fit 16 desks. Now 6 feet apart is changed to 3 feet when possible. District says we'll wear masks. Will they back down on that? We have nothing to clean our rooms with. No disinfectant. No matter how much you try to protect the kids, what about the teachers? There's no school if we teachers fall ill. How convenient. High school kids won't be snapping pictures on their cell phones. Teachers who already took their leave, retired, or got a virtual job aren't going to speak up now. They're safe. Our supervisor told us this year we are taking one for the team. I looked it up. It means to willfully undertake a personal sacrifice for the collective benefit of others. I am not willing to sacrifice my health. I'm unwilling to take one for the team. I'm high risk, so I'm told to take leave or quit since I can't work virtually. But if I go to work in overcrowded classes without proper PPE, unmasked kids, and as a sub, I have way more to lose this time without proper safeguards than just the tip of my finger. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to circle back around to Andrea Gardner. Andrea, are you on the line with us tonight?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
So we sure can. Thank you. You've got 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
I am a kindergarten and first grade classroom teacher with the district. I'm also the mother of an ASD first grade student. I am gravely concerned about our ability to safely return to the classroom. I find it disturbing that ASD's amended safety guidelines are less stringent than those required in other areas of our community, including here before the school board. From your very own website, it says, quote, School Board President Vocalis strongly encourages members of the public who wish to offer testimony at regular school board meetings to do so through email, telephone, or written correspondence. It has become clear from developing events in the municipality and the state that in-person testimony presents too great a public health risk, unquote. I'm so confused. Why is the safety of the school board more precious than the safety of our elementary school students and staff? Why would you be willing to risk our youngest students' health before risking your own? Another example of this regulatory discrepancy is that when we return to in-person school, elementary students will now be eating in the classroom spaced approximately 3 feet apart. And of course, they'll need to be unmasked in order to eat. If you refer to the municipality's hospitality requirements for indoor restaurant dining, updated on August 28, 2020, it states that tables must be spaced to ensure 6 feet physical distancing between patrons seated at different tables. At a minimum, tables in use can be no closer than 6 feet apart. ASD has decided that it is permissible for our elementary school students to disregard these municipal mandates. Why are there more precautions in place for me to get a burger than for me to take care of my students and my son? With this school phase-in plan, you are asking teachers to be complicit in disregarding what we know is safe and putting our children in harm's way. Nowhere on the CDC page cited by your school phase-in plan announcement does it state that 3 feet of social distancing is sufficient to keep students safe. Members of the board, I can't help but notice that you are all sitting at least 6 feet from one another and that 3 of you aren't physically present. If my 6-year-old son and my students will supposedly be safe sitting 3 feet away from their classmates for 5.5 hours a day, surely you would be safe near your fellow board members. I recognize that you are in an impossible position, so I'll end with a possible solution. There are some teachers who are willing to go back now, so let them. Open the doors to our students who critically need in-person education and services. Then put every possible safety precaution in place. Use your resources to protect these individuals to the greatest extent of your ability. Spread them out across your facilities and keep them safe. For everyone else, continue virtual education until there is a vaccine widely available to our community. There is no amount of academic progress commensurate with the causation of chronic conditions or the loss of ASD student or staff lives. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 speakers in the on our list, but I don't have a name associated with one phone number. And so I wanted to give one opportunity for that one phone number that is not on there with a name ending in 139. If you were one of my public testimony speakers, if you would like to...
This is Posey Boggs.
Thank you so much. And you are one of my 3. Thank you for chiming in. You have 3 minutes and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for your patience with the new technology. First, I'd like to say that I fully endorse and support what was spoken by the Alaska Black Caucus, and I appreciate them doing that. Second, I also am very supportive of the after-school reading program, and I hope that that evolves into a program that stays in ASD probably for the next 30 years until all the children are fully literate. But there's no end in sight to this pandemic, and the morbidity and mortality is very concerning to me, produces such hard times. I think that ASD can ease some of the hard times, at least for the teachers, by ensuring that they have PAPRs, powered air purifying respirator units. They are not scary. Halloween masks are scary. PAPRs are not scary. Just like other essential workers, paramedics, firefighters, medical personnel, even coal-driven power plant operators use them. If you got these for the teachers, especially the 24.7% of teachers who have resigned or retired, maybe they wouldn't have resigned and retired because PAPRs filter 99.8% of viruses. They're highly effective and they're wonderful. I sat in on the National Science Academy's airborne transmission of SARS-CoV-2 virtual workshop, August 26th through 27th. And I attended it, and that is what is driving my recommendation. The American Society of Heating and Refrigeration and air conditioning engineers say that you need people to read their standards. It should be 6 to 8 air changes per hour, and 3 to 4 of them need to bring in outside air. They need to be MERV 14 filters. And if you don't have MERV 14 filters, 100% of these air changes need to be outside air. So my recommendation is for teachers who are concerned about their health, and I believe many, many are, you can bring their trepidation down by issuing them these PAPRs. Economically privileged families will keep their kids home, but the rest of the families can't. So it's important to open up schools. You guys anyway, I just give you as much encouragement as I can. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
And that brings us to the end of our second public testimony, which as a board and a body brings us back up to our consent agenda. I'm going to ask our vice president to please do the motion to get it going. Because we are split the way that we are, I'm also going to ask Katie to do a roll call vote. So board members, please be prepared for that as we move forward. Member Bellamy?
Yes. Madam President, I move to approve the consent agenda consisting of ASD Memorandum Number 18, the Personnel Report, regular session minutes for July 21st, 2020, and the executive work session and regular session minutes for August 4th, 2020. Second.
Thank you. Katie, if you would please do a roll call vote for us.
President Michaelis.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
And Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Are we ready
The
for
consent agenda passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Moving on to action items, just to clarify for the record with Katie, we have no public testimony on action items, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Member Bellamy, if you would move with the first item.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum Number 19 and authorize the superintendent to accept a McKinney-Vento Homeless Education Grant Award from the Alaska Department of Education and Early Development in the amount of $100,585.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or questions on ASD Memorandum 019? Not seeing any. Katie, if you would please do a roll call vote.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
President Michaelis.
Yes.
And Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
ASD Memorandum 019 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Next.
I move to approve ASD Memorandum 028, the selection of ECI Hire Incorporated, DBA ECI as the designer of record for Aquarian Charter School Improvement Project, and authorize the superintendent to enter into contract with ECI for professional services in the amount of $339,325.40 for the purpose of design through construction administration for the first year construction efforts in 2021. Additionally, the administration recommends the Anchorage School Board increase authority to execute future contract amendments to $700,000. A future amendment is anticipated for the second year of construction that will increase the total design fees over $500,000.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any board questions or comments on ASD Memorandum 028? I do have one question. The language in the move to approve language, it said the administration recommends the school board increase authority to execute future contract amendments to $700,000. Is that exclusive to this one project with Aquarian, or is this somehow tied to a policy change in a broader sense?
To the president, this is specific to this construction project, since it will be executed over a 2-year period. And the total amount for the design will exceed what is the superintendent's approval authority. So this is an anticipatory request to enable the cost for the 2 years of design.
Thank you. That was my only question. Were there any others? Not seeing any. Katie, if you would please do a roll call vote.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
President Michaelis.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
Member Marset.
Yes.
And ASD Memorandum number 028 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. And last one.
Last one. I move to approve ASD Memorandum number 027, budget transfers of up to $2,964,252 for the Special Education Department's Related Services Division to provide school psychology, speech, language, and physical and occupational therapy for students with disabilities.
Second.
Thank you. Are there any board members with questions or comments on ASD Memorandum 027? Seeing none, Katie, if you would please do a roll call vote.
Member Marset.
Yes.
Vice President Bellamy.
Yes.
Member Mitchell.
Yes.
Member Donnelly.
Yes.
Member Hildy.
Yes.
Member Holloman.
Yes.
President Michaelis.
Yes. ASD Memorandum number 027 passes with 7 yeas and 0 nays. Next up on our agenda are non-action items. Are there any items that the board wishes to pull? All right, seeing none at this time. Next up would be public testimony, which we've already done. And so our last item on the agenda is school board and administration comments. Do board members use the little blue hand if you have any comments? I will go ahead and just make a couple. Wanted to just let the members of the public know that are watching why I'm home today. And it's because I am following the state of Alaska's, strict social distancing guidelines, having just recently returned from an out-of-state trip pending a second negative COVID test. Otherwise, I would be there in person. The meeting was, in fact, an open meeting, open to the public. And I understand that a lot of people have quoted the graph, that is normally stated before public testimony. That is generally written for our virtual meetings, which today was one where we were holding an in-person meeting. The other component to recommending written testimony or telephonic testimony is because even under, the executive order by our mayor, we are limited at our capacity in the boardroom. And so being able to have a proper expectation for who is going to be there and actually, make the time to come in and be allowed to come in, I do think is important to be mindful of people's time and the spacing requirements that we are still required to hold. And so the boardroom is open to the public at this time. And so I just wanted to clarify that for some of the folks that quoted that during their public testimony. I know that the board has a lot of questions, and so do I. And I look forward to the opportunity to get to ask them, in a work session with everybody and with the administration, so that we can all feel more confident in what we are doing, bringing our kids back to school, because that is what we are here to do. What I believe we are here to do is to educate our kids. From personal experience and the personal challenges, there are many. And so we hear, whether it is in education or in politics or in any of these other venues, about the silent majority. And for every, concerned person about coming back to a classroom or a school, I've got another person that, can't wait to get their kids back to that in classroom learning that they know that's best for their children. And so, I think that I look forward to continuing this conversation because it's providing options to our children and to our families and to our community to ultimately do what is best for, each individual's choices, to educate our kids and to meet the goals that we have set as a board. And I'm going to leave it at that. I do see one hand up in the queue, Member Marset.
Okay, I know I've always got to say something. But one of the things I wanted to say is during our board member conference, or not board member, but board academy with Alaska Association of School Boards, they are looking for youth performers virtually for the conference. If I don't know if we can do anything, but they're asking for if we have any performers that would like to do anything virtually during our conference. I wanted to throw that out there. The other thing I wanted to say is, everybody has a lot of questions, but I just cannot say this enough, that as a grandparent, as a mother, as someone who has diabetes and lung problems and everything else, I am not going to advocate for sending kids back to school when I don't feel it's safe. So at this point, I think there's a lot of questions for everybody to be answered, but I agree. Our mission is to educate children and to do that in a safe way. And I understand that everybody has concerns. We all do. And we are addressing these concerns in the processes that we have developed within this district to make sure that we have community involvement, just as we are doing through the town hall meetings. So bear with us. Nothing's written in stone. We are working on it. I don't know what else to tell you guys. Our staff is amazing. Everyone from custodial workers to Dr. Bishop. Everybody's doing their part, and nobody wants to send kids to school that they think is not ready. So when we make that decision, it'll be because we made the right decision to move forward, and not because we're looking at things randomly or politically or timelines or anything else. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Just one other thing I wanted to bring up, and I've brought this up many times about communication with the board, and I did bring this up during the ASAB board, and their board members, other districts thought it was a very good idea about putting something together with guidelines on maybe going out to the public in different areas to be visible as school board members. And so I would like us to have sooner than later a conversation on that.
Thank you. Next up in the queue, I have Member Bellamy.
I just want to do 2 quick shout outs. One to the Gaggle team. That sounds so funny to me, but I am really happy that we are giving attention to the fact that we are having kids online more. They're going to have more exposure. So I'm really happy to hear about that. And the fact that we have a Gaggle safety team, I think is just great. And the other shout out actually just goes to Principal Lika McCulley up at Willowa. I had a wonderful conversation with her regarding the work that she's doing, the equity work that she's doing with her staff and with her learning community. That was very, very encouraging. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands up in the queue, and it's this late an hour. I almost didn't expect to. So I would like to thank the board members, both in person and online, for participating tonight and for sticking it out all the way through, to Dr. Bishop and her administration for doing the very same thing. I look forward to our planning meeting tomorrow with Vice President Bellamy, and we will get back to the board on setting a work session date to dig into all of the questions that we do have as a board. And seeing no other comments and probably no objections, I will go ahead and adjourn this meeting of the Anchorage School Board. Have a good night, everyone.